everyone. I hope you're doing well. Uh, let's see. We've got a bunch of chat already. Uh, oh, did Ranks stream yesterday only have a handful of puzzles? Uh, there we go. Uh, yeah, I think I thought there was a chance that Ranks could do duplicity yesterday, but I don't think Ranks did duplicity yesterday. Uh, Although maybe he did. I don't know. Uh, although duplicity is I don't think duplicity would be a very long puzzle by comparison. Oh yes, logo stream. Yes, there we go. There is the actual puzzle. Yes, the uh, uh, I have a face. Oh no. Uh, Garion says, "Oh, we're back to a random assortment of arrows." Yes, although it's a random assortment of arrows sudoku instead of a random assortment of arrows philomeno. But yes, Selena will be ecstatic that we have another random assortment. Look, the people vote for what the people vote for. Uh, so uh, as always, we start with the puzzle that got the most votes from supporters who vote. Oh, is MicroStudy guest starring somewhere later today? Uh, so as always, we start with the puzzle with the most votes from supporters. Today we got those. We got votes from Luda, Josh, Russ, Glum Hippo, David, DDX, and Wisteria for this puzzle. So I am looking forward to doing this puzzle. Thank you all for your support. If you are, brain. Um, if you're a supporter, I wanted to say we added a bunch of puzzles to the bucket recently, so you can go through and cast some votes. What does SSC stand for? It's a speed setting competition. There we go. Yes. So I swear I'll wake up in a second. I'm not there yet, apparently. Yeah, I think the Memester speed setting competitions are super fun to watch. Speed setting is not a skill that I have. I will admit. There's just a place for supporters to vote on Discord, Dorlier. By the way, I don't know if you know yet, but we did one of your puzzles last time and quite enjoyed it. Navia Stokes is the best puzzle setter. Amazing, amazing. Yes, we did the region product puzzle. Alrighty. Do you know what the constraint is, Micro? I suppose you can't say what the constraint is for the meme speed setting contest because you don't want the people to do it, but I will look forward to figuring it out. Yeah. All right. So let us talk about Theseus by Mr.Menace. So we have normal chaos construction rules. We will place the digits 1 through 9 in every row, column, and region, but the regions must be determined. So there's a bunch of 9-cell regions floating around in the grid. So things like they could look like that if I counted correctly. So like this could be a region. Yes, as Isabella says, yeah, a few people have commented, yes, the arrow puzzles are back. Yeah. Puzzles with just a blank grid with arrows is a very popular thing with people who vote for puzzles. Hey, Naverio. A digit in a clued cell indicates the number of cells seen in the indicated directions combined, including itself. Region borders obstruct vision. So again, this is the nice version of this rule. I've said this before. I think the original versions of this puzzle, if there was an arrow here pointing up, it would have given 3, which is horrible. But here, this digit if this were the actual region, this digit would be a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. This digit would be a 1. 1. And then these digits combine every possible direction. So if the region looked like that, it would be more. Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing Niv's 10-line puzzles. Or Niv's 10-line puzzle. Niv is already sort of oh, my keypad. No, my keypad is one. Oh. I don't think this is my keypad. I think Tristan gave me the wrong keypad. One moment. I'll be right back. Tristan would like to set the record straight that he did not put the keypad here. It was just here already. And the keypad that was my keypad I had out there because I was setting something. I'm actually currently kind of setting 2 puzzles, which is crazy. Let's see. All right, so we have here... Oh, what concept did MicroStudy invent? I get super loud when I lean into the mic. Well, we'll have sound panels eventually, and that will help. Oh, the paired sudoku thing. Oh yeah, I was very excited to see that made it to CTC. It seems like a very natural thing for CTC to do. Okay, so let us have a look at the puzzle. We have a bet tree, by the way. So if you want to place a bet on the bet tree, there is the bet tree. And let us have a look at what we can do. Okay, so this digit can only be a 1 or a 2. So this is often the place to start in these puzzles, is to look for things that can't be very many digits. So this can only be a 1, 2, or 3, because, again, it could go at most far down. This can only be a 1 or a 2. Trying to decide if something's weird, if this is something that... Tristan says row 9, column 8. I don't know what about row 9, column 8 Tristan would like me to observe yet. I mean, this one's at most 4. This one's at most 5. Row 9, column 5. Right. This sees a 1. Right, that's a good spot. Okay, so yeah, this sees a 1, and so it grows. That's a good point. That's a good one to observe. And this sees a 1, so it grows, but I don't know that it's different from green, so it's going to grow like that. Which I'm sure will be useful. Why can't this be like a 6? Lakia, if this were 6, it could grow like that, and then this would be a 5. Is there something wrong with that I'm missing? This is at most 5. I can fill that in. That's fine. This is at most 5. I can fill that in. The fact that this is at... Oh, no, that doesn't tell me anything. Never mind. This is at most 5 as well. So if this was a 5, it would imply that we had a regular 3x3 box. So I actually I think it's worth taking MicroStudy's point here. If this was 5, it would have to look exactly like this, which would force my region to be a box. And now the problem is that this arrow is a 3 and that arrow is a 3. That doesn't work. So this digit can't ever be 5. What about this one? If this is a 5, now that one actually might... No, this would be a 5 as well. If this is a 5, that's a 5, so that doesn't work. And if this is a 5, that's also a 5. So that doesn't work. So actually, a bunch of the things that looked like they could maybe be 5 actually are not 5. So that is a fun and important fact, because now we've got a lot of 1, 2, 3, 4s floating around. That was a very good spot, Micro. At first I was like, oh, that can't be intended, but then I realized it happened 3 different times, and so now I think it is intended. It's a quad in the row. So I'm trying to understand. People are saying something about this little intersection here. And I don't wholly understand what's happening with this intersection yet. Because like this and this are... So it's a question of like, can these two be in the same region, or can these two be in different regions, or something, something, something? I don't know. I mean, it could just extend that far, and then it won't be the same as this arrow. Even if they're in the same region. Then it takes row 9, column 1. Why does it then take row 9, column 1? Oh, right, because these two are in the same region, right? My gray was disappearing. Okay, so yes, I think I believe that. It's horrible though. Like if that's the intended step, that's disgusting. But I think I'm believing that now if these two are in the same region, it's a problem, because if these two are in the same region, that is, if all of these are in the same region, then we're going to have a problem, because if this doesn't grow, then this arrow and that arrow are the same, and if it does grow, then this arrow and that arrow are the same. So therefore, there's always a region border between these two. Again, awful. So this is a 1 or a 2 is the point. And so this is now a 2, a 3, or a 4. Because of that. Same fact that there's a border up there. And Jax is asking, is Monty Hall easier, or sorry, is not, wow, brain today. Is Fog of War easier to set and solve because you know where you're supposed to look? I think yes. I think it gives you a lot of stuff. Yeah, I was noting this one. It gives you a lot of ability to sort of telegraph, is usually the word that people use, to where the setter is, or sorry, where the solver is supposed to look. So this is now a minimum of 5, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are all in the same region. That region could be green again. Actually, I'm gonna remove green, and I'm going to gray line those. Column 1 can go up to row 4. That's fine. If it is a 5, it matches this arrow Malrog points out. That's sort of a standard, like, anytime you have two arrows that point at each other, you have to be careful about it. So it's at least 6, actually. So, oh, it could extend down. Yeah, sorry, you're right. Yeah, the red could grow down. Yeah, sorry, this could be a 5. I was, yes, it can be a 5 if it goes the other way. Yeah, people are right. Uh, yeah, the people are correct. I agree, which is sad because it was going to put a restriction on this cell, but yeah, it extends in one way or the other. I mean, this is certainly at least 5. Uh, uh, and it's certainly not more than 7. And this is certainly at least 6. And could be as much perhaps as 9. Because it sees these, but if it doesn't see any more than well, I already know it sees more than this in the column. I don't think it can even be a 6, actually. Yeah, as people say, I know there's at least 6 reds in the column, but if this only sees the reds in the column, and there's only 6 of them, it matches one of these. So this actually can't even be a 6. Uh, so yeah, so that's a 7, an 8, or a 9. One of these two is a 4, which is kind of interesting, because whichever of these is a 4, it's guaranteeing I get all of that. Is that a problem? If this is a 4, I don't think that's immediately a problem. It looks kind of sus. AM 1028, not quite. There's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple in row 7. Garion is claiming this. Right. Okay. So there's 2 worlds to consider with regards to this arrow. One world is that this joins red, in which case red, I know it has 6 cells in this column, so it only can possibly therefore have 4 cells in this row. So it would be from 1, 2, 3, or 4. The other option is that it doesn't join red, in which case it is also 1, 2, 3, or 4. So this is always 1, 2, 3, or 4. I think all of those are possible, which gives us a lot of our way towards quad, but not all the way there. Let's see. I did read who voted for this puzzle, Tristan. This was a 4. This would be a 2. If this was a 3, that would be a 1. And if this is a 1 or a 2, these are a 1-2 pair. Feels to me like that'll be relevant at some point, but I don't think it's relevant now. I'm noticing that there's either a border this direction or a border this direction. Or maybe both. I'm trying to decide if I can do anything with it, because otherwise these would both be 2, and they can't both be 2. If there's no borders here, they'd both be 2. But I don't think I can do anything with that as of yet. Let's see. Garion says this can't be 1 because it would make them both 2, and we just noted they can't both be 2. Yeah, I guess what Jim says is we could just mark that these two are different colors, and that would be that's a way to phrase it, is that these two are just not the same color. Because if these two are the same color, then that would also be that color unless these were both 1. So we can sort of imagine just colors here. I don't know that I want to sort of leave that there, but we can sort of imagine this world. Now, it's really interesting if this is a 2. Because if this is a 2, it makes both of these 1. The world where both of these are 1 is interesting because it forces this to go up like that. Hey, Logan. I hope you've been doing well. Let's see. Yeah, I was trying to think, like, if all of these are in the same region, does that do anything interesting? Not quite that I can make out as of yet. This digit could be very large, potentially, I think. I can write in that this digit's always 2, 3, 4, or 5. Those are the only digits that are allowed to be here. This being 5 is tricky because it would force these to be a 6, 7 pair. Hey, Troy, I hope you're doing well. Let's see. Could use a few parity lines. I'll request that Mr. Menace add a few parity lines to the grid. Let's see. Hey, Selena. You'll be happy to know we're starting with a grid with a bunch of random arrows. I know those are your favorite. Let's see. This has certainly been a trickier than, like, I feel like usually puzzles with this rule set are very easy. This one has not been very easy. But I think, like, KNT and Naverio and Jay Dyer's puzzles with this rule set are all among the easiest puzzles that those setters have made. This is not among the easiest puzzles that Mr. Menace has made. I can say with some amount of confidence. Let's see. See, Paul Fly is noticing that there's some interesting stuff going on in column 5. And it may be the fact that we're going to have to do some sort of calculating the amount of spillage in this direction is equal to the amount of spillage in this direction around this sort of causeway. Because this seems like a multiple of 9 kind of business. No Dorlier because they're added. So the arrow is the total. It's not saying that that arrow is in each direction. Let's see. Paul Fly says this being a 5 is breaks if I think about it hard enough. Do I want to think about it hard enough? Will it make my life easier? If I make this a 5, then these two become a 6, 7 pair. Oh, these can't be a 6, 7 pair, can they? Oh, yeah, no. So if this is a 5, these two become a 6, 7 pair, which means that it grows in both directions. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. These can't be a 6, 7 pair. That's the point. It's much simpler than that. If these are a 6, 7 pair, that means it grows in both directions. And then has to grow yet further in one direction. And so, yeah, okay, so I have to think about it harder, unfortunately. So, imagining that this cell here is a 5, then what's forced is that this grows in this direction. It has to grow in one of the directions. Well, this was a 5, so it's not growing in that direction. So it'd grow this direction, but we still need one here in order to make this cell behave, because this cell now needs to... Oh, no, this cell doesn't need one. It doesn't need one, because this cell's an 8 in this universe. That's a 6 and a 7, and that's an 8 already. So this doesn't immediately break for the reason I thought it did in my head. We have to think about spillage. Okay, so the problem here is that if this is a 5, that's what's been hypothecated here. If this is a 5, all of this is forced, and we have a spillage problem. And namely, what I mean by that is that if I count the cells down here, that is 42 cells. Sorry, no, that is 28 cells, 31 cells, 35 cells, 36 cells. And 36 is a multiple of 9. And so the problem is no regions that are over in this zone can mix with regions that are over in this zone, except potentially this one. But if I try and make this digit more than 1, the problem is that that now I have, say, this many cells, but this many is not a multiple of 9, and all of my regions have size 9. So that doesn't work. And the problem with this being a 1 is that if this is a 1, it rules 1 out of this region. Yes, Karen, we are continuing on the stream theme of big grid with arrows. So the point of that is that this can't be a 5, although, God, I hope that's not the intended deduction, because that's disgusting. But this being unable to be 5 means that this cell's now from 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if this were at least 5, it would encompass that arrow, and this arrow would be at least 5. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got that. Yeah, technically, as soon as this was that, yeah, as soon as this was not a 5, because, yeah, this being a 5 was going to be a problem in terms of spillage. Although it still was way, 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 way past the disgusting point. Okay, so now we have to ask ourselves, does there really have to be a 5 in one of these two cells? Or can these actually be a 6-7 pair? So I think actually the harder version of this is going to be what disproves that there's this. So I think the thing that DWeb says was true for the deduction we made before, but I think actually if we make the harder version of that deduction, I think we learn that these can't be a 6-7 pair. So, Peter, the reason is because in the version that we looked at, we had isolated 36 cells over here, and 36 is a multiple of 9. And so this region couldn't extend without creating a region that did not have 9 cells. So let's now hypothecate that these are actually a 6-7 pair and see if we can convince ourselves that that doesn't work either. So if these are a 6-7 pair, it does mean that these are both red. I don't think I immediately know which direction it grows, though. I know that there's an 8th red cell in this column, in order that these be a 6-7 pair. But I think it might be okay, actually, beyond that. Because I think we wouldn't get the whole it having to grow down this way business. Okay, so yeah, so right. So Crispy points out that if we hypothesize that these are a 6-7 pair, we actually know it can't grow to row 9, because if it does, this is the entire region. And I will refer you back to our previous bifurcation chain. That makes this a 1, but that means there's no place to put a 1 in here. So in the world where these are a 6-7 pair, it actually looks like this. Where we've now got to imagine what is wrong with this. I can't imagine. I mean, this could be the intended path. I broadly consider Mr.Menace such a good setter, though. And I don't feel that this is like... I don't know. Maybe this is to someone's taste. But this feels like... If this is the intended path, this just feels bad. Yeah, so now we have to do spillage math down here. And the problem is that these are 36 cells. And so these 36 cells can't spill out into here, because if they do, then I'm going to end up again with a not a multiple of 9 number of cells. So, but one cell gets to be red, because that could be red, and then it could spill like that, and then it would be okay. No, I think this is okay, actually. So I don't think spillage. Yeah, I think the red being able to eat that means that the spillage argument doesn't work. I mean, I think it makes sense that in a stream with a lot of eyes, you're more likely to find gross unintended steps, because, you know, when I'm solving, I find gross unintended steps all the time. And so if 50 people each have a 2% chance of finding a gross unintended step, then you are more likely to find one. And also, there are a lot of people in chat who are sort of established speed solvers. And people who are speed solvers are very good at gross unintended steps, because often finding the gross unintended step is much faster of a way of solving a puzzle than finding the intended logic. So there are people who specifically hone the skill of doing that. But 49 of us should say, ew, that's gross, don't do that. There are plenty of people who will say that, Kelly. We do have some people who defend what is right. Speed setters certainly will use setter logic, Lakia, if they can, because all you need is to get a solved grid if you're speed solving. You don't need to prove it's unique. So if you bifurcate and you bifurcate the correct direction, then you've solved the puzzle, as far as a speed solver can say. I don't think that's true, Dorlier, because these could both be 1. I think it's perfectly okay if both of these are 1. At least as far as I'm able to see. Like, I would like these to be a 1-2 pair because it would make this a 3, but I don't think I have any reason to suspect that these are a 1-2 pair. All I know is at least one of them is a 1. I proved they're in different regions, Dorlier is what I proved. I didn't prove they're different numbers. And I also proved they can't both be 2. If they were in the same region, I'd know they were a 1-2 pair, and that would be sweet. But sadly, what we know is actually the opposite of that. 3, 4, 5. This cell's at most 5 I can fill in, I guess. No, sorry, at most 6. That doesn't sound helpful. I mean, I notice gross things too. Like I noticed where a 3 was someday, the other day that I in a way that I thought was gross. Uh, I think also a thing is that when you're setting also hones the skill of identifying gross problems. Because if you're setting puzzles, unless you have a solver, you have to know the logic that will break the puzzle because you don't want to find out that the puzzle was broken 2 hours after it was broken. So you tend to look further at grosser things to sort of understand it. So I think also the fact that a lot of the viewers, by no means all, but a lot of viewers around here are setters, I think also means you're inclined to find I want to use the phrase setter logic, but it's in a very different sense than was discussed earlier, where someone earlier was using setter logic in the sense of meaning guessing why a clue is there because you can guess why the setter would have put it there, and that tells you what must happen, because otherwise that clue wouldn't be there. Whereas I was just thinking about it as setter logic in terms of like the logic you as a setter have to do to make sure your puzzle doesn't break. Hey Jay, I hope you're doing well. There are a lot of small numbers in the left corner, that's true. Man, I wish we could just fill a 5 in here. It would be great. We're taking bets on how many puzzles we finish today. It's not off to a great start, I'm going to be honest, Crispy. We might be at 75% of a puzzle today. Let's see. You can draw a line from row 7, column 2 at least. That's true. That's true. I should have done that. Okay, I'm going to change these to a darker gray because for whatever reason today I just can't see this color gray. I mean, so this one's at least 3 if I really want. So I'm trying to understand. J40 says if this is a 3, it's green. I'm trying to understand really quickly why if this is a 3, it's green. It's green, otherwise doesn't escape. Oh, right. Right. If this is a 3, it goes down there. Right. If this is a 3, it's green. Okay, so we're looking now at the case where this is a 3. So it goes down like that. So at least this becomes green. And that will make it grow to 10 cells. Because all of this will also be green. And now Right. That's a 3, so this is a 4, so that's green. Good lord. Okay, so yeah, let's just fill it in. That's a 3, that's a 4. That's a 2. And now this number is big enough that now this number now has to be at least 5. And so it's only 2 in that direction. So it grows at least. So this number is a minimum of 5. So that means we need to grow at least that far in this direction. And now that is 10 cells. And so that does not work. I agree. Oh, we've said this is gross a lot of times, Nordy, but I agree that is sadly, everything we've done in this puzzle has been gross. Which is not at all to say I think the puzzle is likely actually supposed to be gross. Just that so far the pretty stuff that's happened we have not found. So this is a new color. We can make it yellow. That's not 1. That's not 1. Oh no. We can bring in Zach to do the, I feel somewhat undeserved digit dance, but we'll let Zach do it anyway. Woohoo! Woohoo! The 2 dance is a sort of sorrowful dance anyway, so it fits. This isn't 1 or 2, this is 3 or 4. This being at least 2 is maybe not intrinsically interesting. This isn't 1 or 2. Okay, so this is all part of one region, and that region can't be red. Could it be red? No, it can't be red, because I know there's at least 6 red cells over here, so this can't be red. So this is a new color as well. Can be blue. That's right, there is a border down here, because I know that's an actual 2. Oh, no, that's not. That's right. It does not have to do that. Right. Sorry. In my brain, the fact that this was a 3 was like, oh, yeah, that's 3, so it has to do that. But that's not true, sadly. I can put one of these here. I can draw this border below the 2. I think whatever cell this is, it can't only connect over there. That's true. Dorlier points out this can't be a 4 anymore. I think this cell has to connect right. This can't be a 4 anymore, Screaming Ice Cube points out. That's right. Yeah, this is either a 2 or a 3, depending on whether it's purple or not. I think this cell always connects right. I don't know if it's useful, but if this cell only connects left, then it's at most 4 cells in size. So this cell always connects right. So if this isn't green, green is going to have to escape like this. I don't know how far that's going to go. Let's see. People are saying this has to connect left. If this only goes down, if this only goes down, yes. Okay. So yeah. So if this does not go left, it only goes down, and the problem is that this cell's now a 2 because I know that this cell is not the same as this because of this border here. So this cell always connects left. Agree with that assessment. I guess people are seeing it in terms of green. That would also work. I was just thinking about it in terms of the fact that I know that these two are different, and I know that this one would be that one. see. Yeah, the given one certainly could have an arrow if it wanted. Oh, Jay Dyer's pointing out my argument is wrong. The thing I actually have to say is that if this is a 3, then it's green. Sorry, if this doesn't connect left, then it's forced to be... then green has to get out like this. And the problem is now green has 2 3s. Ugh. Ugh. So yeah, so that does not work. This does connect left. Uh uh hmm. Yeah, they were pointing out that the 2 could be purple, which is completely correct. The 2 could definitely be purple. I mean, at least as far as I'm able to prove. Hey, Daniel, hope you're doing well. We're doing horrible things to Mr. Menace's puzzle that I apologize to him in advance for when he watches this later. That this may be a solve he just wishes to skip. Row 7, column 3 is a 4. Then it's green. Row 8, column 3 has to connect up and left. So it either connects up and left or connects neither up nor left. Right? Maybe that's not true. Right. Okay, so let's do the green logic. If this cell doesn't connect down, then it's a 3 and it looks like this. And so all of that is green, but now that's not green. So now those are green. And now the problem is that now that's a 3 and that's a 3 again. So this does have to connect down because otherwise we've made 2 3s in green again. But now, just because of the transitivity of being in the same region-ness, being in the same region is an equivalence relation, whatever sort of nonsense you want to say. Now this is a square. So we've got that. Because it's a 3 or a 4, so it would have to be a 3, and then it would have to get out. And it couldn't get out through here because we hypothesized that was not green. And so therefore all of this was forced. Oh, Garion did it by noticing that this was a 2. Oh, is this wrong? Selena thinks this is wrong. I think this might be wrong. Because if this is a 3, we know that's green, but this could just be green. Yeah, I think Selena's right. But this is still a 2 in that instance. Right, okay, so it's still true, but we just need to do the 2 2s business. Okay, so yeah, so the still breaks this cell. Okay, so we do still get our square. Okay. Okay, Nico says if I connect this to the right, it's going to break. So if I connect this cell to the right, then it must be green because this region now has a 2 or whatever. So that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 4. And there's... Oh, no, this would have to grow... Yeah, I don't think there's any other cells this can take other than that one. Weird. So let me go over that again just to convince you of this. If this cell, this is Nico's point, if this cell connects right, then all of this is part of a region. That region's certainly green. This region now has a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 4. So it can't take this cell. It can't take those cells. If it took this cell, it would take a 2 or a 3, so it can't take that. It's not purple, so it could take that cell, but now there's no more cells it can take, and that's only 8 cells, and 8 is not 9. So those don't connect, specifically. And if those don't connect, that means that this connects down underneath, because whatever this is, whether it's green or not, it needs to escape, because it's not the same as these 4 things. So it's going to connect under like that. And again, whether it's green or not, it's going to need to connect like that. Oh yeah, the X is an interesting choice instead of a wall. We can mix X's and walls just to add to... Crispy says I think they just threw up in their mouth a little bit. Yeah, is an appropriate response. Okay. Can this really take this cell? It doesn't look good to me. It would be a 2, which would make this a 3. No, we just put a 1, 2, 3 triple in. I think it's okay. Yeah, exactly. It's like stitching, is a good way to put it. We put 2 3s in the square. Okay, so that's right, because there's also a border here, is one of the points. So, saying also an X between the... Oh, sorry, between the... Okay, there we go, okay. Yes, Carl, I agree with that. Okay, if this joins the square, it's a 1. That's a 3. Because that green is not part of the square anymore. This is all green, this stuff over down here. I don't see how this breaks the arrows in the square, though. That broke. Row 7, column 3 goes up. Bad stuff happens. Hey, Kai. Yeah, we're I'm going to say with some confidence we have approached this puzzle and not at all the way that you intended. So apologies in advance. A bunch of people are saying a bunch of things about this, but I'm not even sure which one people... Let's see. Garion believes this can't be a 2, because if this is a 2, it goes and joins this region, and we've got a region that looks like this. Let's just fill it in a bifurcation-y color. Oh, in fact, actually, it just becomes green in that instance. Because that being a 2 makes that a 3, so all of this happens. So what's the problem here? This is a non-green region. So this would be a 3. Ah, this is also a 3. Wow, yeah, both of those are 3 in this instance because we've sort of boxed it in. Uh, yep. Oh, no, it becomes purple. It just becomes purple. Yeah, I think it's okay because it could just be purple. Sad. Oh, Garion says look at row 6, column 4. Ah, okay. So we have to fill in more. So let's just fill in everything. So this is a 2 and this is a 3 and that's a 3, which means this is purple. Because it's a 3. But now this has to be purple. Because it can't be anything else. But now this is also a 3. So, yes. So if this is a 2, through a ludicrous combination of events, it breaks because of that cell being a 3. So this is actually a 1, which means it's not purple or green. It could maybe be red, annoyingly. So that puts an edge here, which now, because again, the maximum size of this is currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The maximum size of this currently is 6 if I don't extend it. So this, in fact, extends over here. And now the fact that this is extended over here now puts a maximum size on this arrow that's 1 smaller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this can never be larger than 4. So we've got that. If we proved it doesn't go to row 7, column 2. Which it? Wait, could this have been green and not broken with Garion's point? If this was all green, was that going to be okay? No, this couldn't be all green because this being a 2 forced the green to go down there and not here. Row 7, column 3 doesn't connect to row 6, column 3 either way because it puts 2 1s in the region. Hey, Florian, I hope you're doing well. Column 4 to row 9, column 5. The reason is because this region needs to have 9 cells. And at absolute most, this cell, as it looked before, at absolute maximum, this was going to have these cells because it could not connect to the square. And so it needed to grow over there. That's why. It's true. That's a good spot. If this is a 4, then this region looks exactly like this, and it doesn't have a 1. And our region should have a 1 in it somewhere. Now this is at least a 4. Yeah, this... Does that mean the square is not green? Okay, so let's see. So we know where the 1 is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so we've got 2 more cells. Even if we go 2 up, we can't get out of the zone of another 1. So I agree. This region is actually green. Because there's no way to get to 1. There's a boundary there. Now, now this really is a 3. That's a 4. I don't think it became green until we knew that this was a 1, Selena. This is a 3. That's a 2. So that goes up there. This is not a 3. This isn't a 3. This isn't a 2. Okay. Row 7, column 3. Row 7, column 3 can't go up, because if it did, it would take a 2, 3 cell, and it has a 2 and a 3. So, the square region can't take that. Okay, if the square doesn't take purple now, we have an interesting problem. So if the square doesn't take purple, it's going to be forced to take all of these cells, which is going to make green not work. Because green still needs some more cells, and this is not going to be able to finish, even if that does that. So yeah, so the square has to be purple. So this is a 2. We know. This is not purple. I don't think I know it's not red, though, unfortunately. Right. This is not purple because purple already has a 1. Right, and purple now has to grow up from the 1 because it has nowhere else to grow. And then yellow grows up at least 1. Maybe more. So, yellow does grow up more because yellow's not 3. So yellow goes up at least there. This is ostensibly not a 4 anymore. This has to grow. This region over here, because this is a 4, it has to take all of these. So all of these are in a region, and that region can't be any existing colors. So we're going to make that orange. I don't know that that helps in the slightest, but we're going to do it. Good spot. Okay, so this region always grows up, points out Martin, because it's definitely at least 4. In fact, if this is not orange, we're going to have a serious problem, I think. Orange can't take this cell. Because if orange takes this cell, as Paul Fly points out, all of this is enclosed, and all of this becomes orange. And that's a problem because this wouldn't be a 4 in that instance. So I know this cell is a non-orange color. So this becomes a color. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's a color here we've not used yet. This can become blue. It certainly is not the same as any of the others. That's certainly going to be blue because of that. And now orange has to come down here because this is a 4. see. Row 9, column 7 is orange. Yep, agree. So if this is not orange, it's too small. Because if this is not orange, the biggest it could possibly be is 3, and that doesn't work. So this is orange. Dorlier pointing out this can't be 7 anymore because it would make red green. And red green would have way too many cells. Let's see. I need to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. I wonder if we were supposed to find like a Y-wing or something in the beginning to break into this. Given that I'm almost positive the thing we actually did to break into this was not the intended thing to do to break into this. Oh, would we like to... sorry, people are saying that the red-green is a little bad. We can make the green region into a different color. Human flesh is always a popular choice. We can do that. Okay. No, it's not true that if this is purple, it's going to end up being the same as that, sadly. If this is a 6, that's definitely a 2. Let's see. Row 8, column 7. Let's see. It's at least 3. So it's not 1 or 2. It's not 4. It can't be 7, 8, or 9 because that would put more than 9 cells in the region. So I concur with Paul Fly. This is only actually 3, 5, or 6. I know this is at least 5. If this is bigger than 4, it breaks this cell, Josh says. So if this is, say, 5, it would make both of those orange. So yeah, this is bigger than 4. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But there are at least 2 cells it does not see. So it can't be 8 or 9. So this is 5, 6, or 7. So if this is a 5, that means that there are now 4 cells that this cell does not see. And so the point is now this would be at least 6, and that doesn't work. So, okay, I agree. So if this is a 5, what it does is it creates 4 cells that are not seen by this thing, but this thing is now at least 5, or at least 6, so that's at least too many cells. And on the other hand, if this were 6, it creates 5 cells that are not seen by this, and it can be a 5, but that's still too many. So this actually has to be a 3. I agree with that. I think I learned that way of thinking about it from Naverio, of the counting cells that are not seen by one of these, which is helpful. Okay, so that is a 3. Yes, good spotting to Josh there. So now these aren't 3, or they're all 3 of them are 3. Take your pick. We may have found a single intended deduction. It's possible. I am certain that this is not at all the intended path that we have landed on. I am not at all surprised that. I am certain that at occasional moments we have accidentally done something that we were supposed to, but mostly not. This is at least 5. And the fact that this is at least 5 now means that no matter what, it goes up, right? There's no way this is red. Is it technically possible that this is red? It might technically be possible that this is red, annoyingly. Yeah, I think it is annoyingly technically possible that this is red, so I don't think I actually know that this goes up. Right. Okay, so that's a good spot. Because this is no longer able to be 1, these two are now connected. And because of that, this can't be a 4, because if it was a 4, it would divide those. Good spot to Jim there. So this is a 1 or a 3. Do we have a spillage problem if this is a 7? Maybe not. I don't know. I've now lost track of what cell it was I was trying to prove was... okay, yeah, this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think we were trying to disprove that this was red. So I know that red has 6 or 7 cells in this column. If it only has 6, then this needs to see an extra cell over here in one of those cells, at least. So that's at least 7, 8, 9. And then this can't be that big. Uh, so yeah, the point is, if this is red, it's way too big to be red. It's not that like this cell couldn't be red from a like point of view of like if there were no arrows in this cell, I think it could be red. But because I know this number is at least 5, it definitely is not red. So this is some other color. Let's make it purple royal. And now because of that, it definitely grows up. Because it can get at most 4 things. Actually, could it be blue? Sorry, it could be blue. I should not give it a color. I should just draw that in. Yes, it could be blue. In fact, very likely is. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, if this was a 9, it would break in a funny way. In fact, it would break in multiple funny ways, so take your pick of which funny way it would break. One of them is it would create a 10-cell region over here that I had to fill with stuff, which I couldn't. And the other is that it would make it blue, which would make it a 10-cell blue region. So this certainly isn't a 9 for whatever limited amount that is worth, but it's true. So I might as well mark it. Every elimination counts. We tried to prove that earlier, Dorlier. We might be able to prove it now that one of these two has to be 5, but I admit I have a bit of lingering trauma from our earlier efforts to prove it, because it ended up being a giant mess when we tried to sort of imagine what would happen if these were 6, 7. So if these were a 6, 7 pair, that would be the 7. This would be the 6. That would make all of these red. And we would need one more red cell in... we need one more red cell to make this work. And I don't think it works no matter what. Because over here, I have 36 cells, 30 some number of which are not human flesh that have to form regions. But the number is not a multiple of 9. Even if I extend a red over here, it's not going to be enough to help it. So I do think we can prove that one of these is a 5 by using spillage arguments. The 1 in row 8 is not red. Are people saying that there's an easier way to see that if this is red, then this all becomes a region and then something happens? I guess I don't even Oh, I do immediately see because of this not being able to be a 1. Or sorry, because this would be a 1 if red was... I'm just looking at people's alternative proofs that one of these is a 5. If red takes the entirety of this column, people are looking at the Sudoku implications of this 1 and seeing if they can come up with a way that doesn't involve the word spillage. But I don't see any implications about this for the 1. Like the 1 would just be part of a region that did this, but I don't see that being a problem immediately. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so there's one more flesh cell. Which is one of these two. I don't think I know anything about which one it is, though. Let's see. Jays says row 6, column 8 is orange. Do I know that this isn't a 5 and those are orange? We know that red has 7 cells at least in this column, so either 7 or 8 of these cells are red. No, it's 6 or 7. 6 or 7. I am miscounting. 6 or 7, so there's still 2 more red cells floating around. Yeah, this is a... Hey, ELSF, how are you doing? I hope it is well. What on earth are we doing here? Hopefully the dogs got along for the walk, ELSF. We are an hour and a half into this puzzle that we have just mutilated in the worst possible way. I do have some digits, that's true. Maybe there's some sudoku that could be done, but I don't think so. If orange doesn't take this 1, orange is going to need to take its 1 from up to this row, but I guess that's fine. It could just run up like that or something. Okay, let's see. Could red take this 2 is now being asked. It couldn't take this 1 in that instance, I don't think. Actually, maybe. Is that 9 cells? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But this technically doesn't work because I'd repeat this digit. Let's see. I mean, also this digit was not a 7, 8, or 9 in that instance. There are multiple problems with that universe. Am I supposed to ask myself if this cell can really be purple? I don't see an... Wait, actually... Oh, no. If that's purple, then these are both red. And then human flesh finishes here, and then this does whatever it wants to do. Why can't this be red, Nico? It seems to me like this one could be red. Like this one's probably orange. Is this being 1 or 2 interesting somehow? I mean, I guess I can technically fill in that these are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, this is a red or a new color. Sorry, right. Okay, yeah, sorry. Nico said red or a new color. I just misread it. Yeah, this is red or a new color. I agree. This is purple or red or the new color. Let's see. The one in column 3 is yellow. Good lord. There's a potential interesting step if we can remove 5 from this cell, I am being told. Yeah, probably there aren't any other ones that yellow could get, because yellow can't make it over to here. Could yellow take a 1 in exactly this cell? No, because of that clue. So yeah, I think, yeah, the 1 in column 3 is yellow. I think I believe that. Should I be really interrogating what this cell is? Row 7, column 5. Yeah, this is 5, 6, 7, 8 if I really want to fill it in. So yeah, so we can try and say, is there a spillage problem if this is a 7? It's going to be a real mess, though. So let's try and imagine it. So if this is a 7, then I've got 2 more cells from this. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh, I guess this is 36. I should just do it that way. Got 36 cells over here. I've got to think about how to do this math in that instance. Of course, one of them is from this side. 36. So this would be equilibrium, would be if this was all of the regions and the red only went this direction. So like all the regions over here would have to go at least this far. And the point is, yeah, human flesh gets blocked. And I'm sure that's true. Let me double check. I'm sure that that's actually forced. Yes. Right. Yeah. So The somewhat sophisticated problem here is that in order to get 36 cells worth of regions, we would cut off human flesh, which sounds a bit bad, but we'll go with it. So this is in fact not a 7. Oh, so sorry. So this is in fact not a 7. So these are a 5-6 pair. So this sees 6 cells. In the column, so it needs to see one of these two at least in order to be at least 7. Can't extend all the way over to here, right? There's no way. I think I'm trying to prove, right, there's no way this cell is red. But one of these two cells is red at least. And I have 3 red cells that are not in this column. I guess I now know this cell's not red. Is that interesting? So I think this cell can be its own color now. It can be ocean spray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think we've got 7 regions marked currently. That cell's not a 1. That cell could be a 1. Okay, so not quite. If that was red, I think I would know that this had to be a 3. But I think that would work out well. Row 6, column 4 is red, then row 8, column 4 is trapped. Okay, so Kelly says if I go ahead and make this all red, that's currently, between this column and that would be 8 total cells. Right. And so the point is now this can't be red because that would be too many cells in red. And so this would have to escape, but it would escape cutting off human flesh again. So this is not red. Okay, I agree with Kelly. Thank you, Selena. So does that mean I actually know this is a new color? I think I do actually. Oh, this could be the sky mist color. Up there. Okay, if this was an 8, we'd go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or something like that. Uh, Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, how many regions do I have in these cells, I guess, is a valid question. I should have about 4. And I don't know. I currently have 3 marked. Uh, uh, I think we could probably make a complicated argument that this is yellow, but it would be a complicated argument. Let's see. I really don't think I know anything about this going anything. This can be yellow if yellow does... Can it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If this is yellow, doesn't purple not finish? The yellow 1 is in column 3. We know that. AM and Selena have pointed that out. Yellow does have to get to column 3. If this is a 4, it makes this a 1. Is that interesting? It certainly means this can't be yellow. So in the world where this is a 4, this is heinous. In the world where this digit's a 4, it's not yellow. Is that a problem? Because if it were yellow, yellow wouldn't have a 1. Yellow would look exactly like that and would have 1s pointing at it at both sides. So is it possible that this is a 4 and it's not yellow? Or is that going to create a weird sort of spillage problem? I don't honestly know. Uh, uh, and it's basically what I'm trying to do, Dorlier, is to try and come up with a thing like that I can actually prove in a way that makes me content. So I was trying to use the idea to prove that this isn't a 4, because this not being a 4 would create an extra region up here, which would then mean I'd have to fill everything over here with only 1 new region plus blue, but presumably I'd use a lot of blue, and then that might be okay. But this blue can really either spill backwards a lot or spill forwards a lot, depending on exactly how things balance out. Oh, do we now know that this is a new color? Because we said it can't be yellow. Yeah, I think we now... Oh, do I know it's not blue, though? I don't think I know it's not blue. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It looks to me like it could be blue. I'm going to have to make a fairly complicated argument to argue that it's not blue, unfortunately. Okay, so if this is a 4, it's not yellow. Where is it? It looks like this. Where is its 1? Its 1 would have to be in at least column 6, is what DWeb is pointing out, because this is a 1, but it's definitionally not yellow. So yellow would, or sorry, not yellow, whatever this color is. We're imagining the world where this is brown, and that's a 4. Brown's going to have to take all of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So yeah, so we'd have to take a 1 in some cell. This blue would come out back here, of course. Probably this would be a 1, something like that. Looks plausible, annoyingly. See, it looks bad, but it looks bad in a way that's like just plausible. Uh, uh, okay, so I think I didn't chain hard enough. Because people are pointing out that in this chain also this cell is red. And so now I'm allowed to ask questions, uncomfortable questions about spillage, and figure out, okay, so this is 36 cells. These 36 cells definitely contain the entirety of purple and the entirety of yellow. So that's 18 cells left. So they include so these 18 cells that are left include some brown cells, some red cells, and whatever this region is in this universe, because this region has stopped being able to be blue. So it contains actually all 9 cells of this region. So we've got 9 total cells left. And that doesn't work because I've already got more cells than brown and human flesh combined. Okay, so I think we can prove this. So 36 cells here. All of yellow is over here. All of purple is over here. And all of this region's over here. That's only 9 cells left in these cells. But here are 5 plus 6 cells over here we have not counted yet. So this does break. So the conclusion is this is not a 4, it's a 2. So very hard-earned 2. I don't think we know it's yellow yet, though, do we? I'd love to know it's yellow. Why does this tell me it's yellow? Is it that yellow can't get a 2 anywhere else? Isn't there a 2 available in column 3? So do I have to do this whole argument again, now hypothecating that this region does something like this? Because it would have to get a 1 over here somewhere. So, yeah, so if this happens, so if this is not yellow, okay, so we have to do this 36 argument again. And we have to do this 36 argument again, assuming that this is not yellow. So we definitely have, so this region, the point is this region gets its 1 from over here. So we still know we've got all the yellow and all the purple. That leaves us with 18 cells. This region is still not able to be that region because they repeated 2. So this region's also entirely contained over here. Because again, remember, red has to take this cell in this universe. And so I've got 9 cells left. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. So I have 3 cells, including these 2, in which to get this over here. It doesn't work. So this does have to be yellow in what might be one of the most agonizing arguments I've ever had to make on stream. But I agree, it has to be yellow. So this is now a 6. Uh, uh, Yellow does need to get a 3. Uh, I mean, I was just counting, Josh. I counted 36 cells. Uh, yeah, yellow gets its 1 in column 3. I know that. And yellow currently is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so in order to get to column 3, yellow is either taking exactly those cells, exactly these cells, or exactly these cells. So can yellow take exactly these cells? In which case, this would be a 2 that doesn't work. So this cell's not yellow. So yellow either takes exactly these 2 cells, putting a 1 there, or exactly these 2 cells, putting a 1 there. And so the 3 in yellow is in one of these 3 spaces. The 1 in yellow is in one of these 2 spaces. And this is not yellow. So now this is only counting up and down. It can't be purple anymore. Oh, no, it could be purple, dagnammit, because this points that way, too. Okay. Do we now know that this is not ocean spray? Because I think this could still be ocean spray. Barring some weird argument. Because there's a lot of ways these could connect that might work. That could involve like a region sort of fitting in here or something. Okay, if this is not purple, that's a good point from Martin. If this is not purple, what number is it? And so if it's not purple, it's too small. Because remember, one of these 2 is yellow. So this is seeing, if this is not purple, it's actually seeing at most 2 cells. And 1 and 2 are gone. So it is purple. Good spotting. Okay, so this is now not a 5. This is now a 6, 7, or 8. Let's see. If this was 8, actually, it would look like this, which would cut off yellow entirely, as Josh's point. So it's not 8. It's only 6 or 7. Let's see. Yeah, this is 1 less than that. Now that this only has 2 candidates, we might as well mark what 1 less than that can be. So this is 5 or 6. Because this one sees that cell that this one does not, and every cell that this sees, that one does. One of them is definitely 6. I agree with that. Wait, column 2 is not 7 for the same argument. If this is 7, it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's wrong with it being 7? I don't think it being 7 is a problem. Unfortunately. So yellow needs 2 more cells. Uh, purple needs purple needs 2 more cells. So there are 4 yellow purple cells here. Uh, I think the most efficient way of doing this is something like this. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's too efficient. It can't do that. Uh, so yeah, I guess if this wants to be ocean spray, then I've got to do something roughly speaking like this. But I could bend here. That should be enough. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this does not quite work, although it's complicated to see why, because that cell can't be purple. So this is really, I really can't come up with an argument here that I'm convinced is actually sound, but I really don't believe that this is going to be ocean spray. But my current argument as to what I'm breaking is that purple would have to take that cell, and purple can't take that cell. Let's see. Well, Dorlier, I'm not trying to disprove literally every case, so I don't want to use that. I'm trying to actually come up with a proof that would cover all the cases where I'm able to actually articulate exactly what's happening to these 4 extra cells and convince myself there's no way I could draw this that would leave 4 extra cells. But it is difficult to do so. But I think the problem is always this cell. Because I think the problem is that this cell in this universe can't be yellow and can't be purple, and so has to be ocean spray. If ocean spray is taking this cell is forced to be ocean spray because it's got to be something, and it can't be yellow and it can't be purple, and it's got to be something out of those 3. And now this is too many cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, that's not too many cells. Dagnammit. I only have room for either this exactly or this exactly, and both of those don't work. Because one of those just cuts off yellow, that one just cuts off yellow, and this one leaves more than 4 cells over here. So this is not ocean spray. Although I would like to lodge a formal complaint that this is horrible. But we're going to go ahead and put Hunter over here to do. But I'm now convinced we've rigorously proven these are 2 different colors. Is it interesting that if that's the one, then this is a 2? That doesn't sound interesting. If this is a 1, is it squishy? I don't know. So people are interested in where Hunter is going to buy his 1 at. So the obvious place would be there. What if Hunter tries to get a 1 from a non-obvious place? Then Hunter is going to have to sort of come around like this into at least column 6. Have to come down to like the bet tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Would be exactly. So if Hunter doesn't take this 1, I think Hunter's 1 is the bet tree. I think. Oh, it could just be row 2, column 5 as well. Row 2, column 5 could also be Hunter's 1. Right. Yeah, that's also possible. Yeah, I feel like, Jim, the phrase Hunter Green must be very Must go back to when hunters wore camouflage things so that they could sneak up on the deer, not when they wore orange so they wouldn't get shot, hopefully. Uh, uh, okay. That's a good spot from Selena. There's got to be a 2 in this column somewhere. It's up here somewhere. Do I know it's not red? It's red or ocean. One of these is a 2. But yeah, it's got to come from somewhere unexpected, we'll say. Funnily enough, I'm not sure this can be the red 2. Because it might rule out there being a 1 here. Oh, deer can't see the orange? That makes sense. Uh, uh, I mean, it could just be red, Josh, right? There's no reason this can't be red, I don't think. I mean, I think what people have wanted to prove for a long time is that it has to be red. But whatever it is, something fairly sophisticated is happening to get every region its digits. Yeah, orange definitely needs a 1 somewhere. It's probably there, but who knows? Yeah, in that instance, I think red gets its 2 from column 6. Somewhere. Like here, for example. Is a prime spot for a red 2. Josh says this can't be 9. In order for this to be a 9, I would need for it to take all of these cells, right? Because there's 6 in this column, right? In order for this to be 9, it would have to take all of these cells. And that doesn't work because now Hunter is forced under here, and then Hunter cuts off human flesh, which we hope that it's not that kind of Hunter. He's a nice Hunter. In fact, I believe he has a thing going on with Kelly Gray, I believe has previously been established. Let's see. So yeah, so we can rule that out. It's an 8, that cell's definitely red. Uh, uh, I'm trying to see if there's like any. I don't think there's any arrows we haven't looked at that have any meaningful restriction at all yet. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8. We have one color that we've not yet used at all. But I don't think we have anything that we know has to be part of it yet. Let's see. We can call this blood red. Just help the Halloween theme. That works. Trying to decide, like, is this being a 1 getting interesting? It doesn't feel like it. Carnival cake will really bring the horror in. That's true. We definitely need to have a carnival cake region somewhere up here. Okay, so am I supposed to do this game again? Maybe I'm supposed to do this game again. So we've got all the purple and all the yellow. So we have 18 cells left. Now, we know exactly these 6 are human flesh. That's 12 cells left. So need to, with our 12 cells, so we need something that's not hunter. We need 3 things that aren't hunter at least into this region. Yeah, I wonder. It's very possible that the intended solve path is just super elegant and we missed it, or it's possible that like there was some deduction that was not quite right in the original intended solve path, and because we noticed some sporadic case that we then accounted for that the original setter did not, that everything has been a nightmare because of that. Both are possible. Hunter can't take row 1, column 3. Blocks the 2 in column 3. I know one of these 2 is red. Should I go over a column and also include red and what I know about it? I agree that if Hunter takes this cell, that's a problem. But then I think we have to reprove that this cell can't be anything but ocean spray. Because I think we have not yet proven that this cell can't be a member of yet another region. So let's hypothecate that this cell's actually brown. Is that immediately broken? So in this instance, that cell's definitely brown, right? Right. In this instance, this cell's definitely brown because I need to get brown out a lot now. So the thing is, if this cell is another region, again, I do my little 18 trick to say there's 18 cells here. And then I take off 6, and that's 12. And so between Hunter and Brown, there are 12 cells here, so there have to be 6 cells outside of here. And they can't run, those 6 cells can't run around down here, so those 6 cells run straight through here. So that's 1, 2 of them, but then I've got a whole bunch more. Coming out, at least. So ultimately, if I need to have 6 cells over here, that certainly can't be Hunter, because Hunter doesn't have 6 cells to give over here if Hunter gets out there. So these would all be brown. That would be brown. Now brown would have these 3 cells plus 6 over here and nothing else. So this would have to be red. And now I think the world is at equilibrium. Because I think now over here, I think that we have exactly enough to make the world work. As far as I'm concerned. Oh, do we not have a 2 in column 3? Is that the problem? I feel like we're just trying to reach newer and bolder levels of disgusting. But right, in this version, there's no 2 in column 3. Because I can't have more, because of the math. I can't have more than 3 brown cells over here, and so that would have to be the 2 in column 3, but it can't be. And so yeah, so this being brown just doesn't work. Is the ultimate version of what's happening here, because of 2 in column 3 at the end of the day. So Selena's point ultimately is correct, I believe, that that this cell now has to be ocean spray. That's not ocean spray. I'm sorry. It's still not ocean spray. Where did ocean spray go? There we go. There's ocean spray. And because that's ocean spray, that's ocean spray. It might be the worst argument we've made so far, because it started with noting something about a 2 in a random place in a random column, and then involved a lot of counting in order to draw a contradiction that was somewhat ridiculous. So I think we know this is a 3, which I think is beautiful, because I think it tells us absolutely nothing. Let's see. J40 would like to prove that these are a 1-2 pair. Microstudy pointing out that there's a sort of a catch-up circle here. These are the same digit, because this digit has to go in column 1 and is definitely not a 1 or a 3. I agree with that. So why can't this be a 2? I'm trying to understand the argument about why, like, these cells can't be 2. Why is the 2 in this column red and not ocean spray? Because, like, ocean spray can come up here. Oh, that's right. Hunter can never sort of connect too far down around here. I need to remember that, because Hunter can't cut off human flesh. Maybe I do have to count again. Ugh, I think I have to count again. So we've got 18. got down to 12. I've got 12 cells left to fill over here between Ocean Spray, Hunter, and Red. We've already got our 2 Ocean Sprays over here, so we've really sort of got 10 more. So I need at least an Ocean Spray or a Red if Hunter doesn't leave. I'm still not seeing what happens that goes wrong if like say so like this would work. So if Ocean Spray does exactly this, I can't deduct 9 Hunter D-Web because I don't know that Hunter doesn't leave these 4 cells, or that rectangle. Hunter probably does. Hunter probably takes that. So if Ocean Spray does this to put a 2 here, the question is, why does this break? Because that puts yellow and purple at equilibrium. And now the point is that now Hunter has to run around and cut off human flesh. Okay, yeah. So if I try and put a 2 over here in Ocean Spray, that doesn't work because it will force Hunter to come over here. So now we have to prove that I can't put a 2 over here and let it be red, but I think it's going to be the same proof, almost, because if the 2 over here is red, that again is going to force Hunter to cut off human flesh, even if I do it here. Okay, so I think we have an excruciating case-based proof that these aren't 2, so I think these are a 1-2 pair, is what we've now proven. Gives us a 1-2 pair in this row at random. And whichever this 2 is, so we have the 2 here. And remember, either both of these are yellow or both of these are yellow, but I think both are plausible. Unfortunately. And I guess I actually know that this row, the row that's yellow now has to read 3-1 exactly. So 3-1 here or 3-1 here. J40 says if Hunter doesn't take this cell, something breaks. Right. Okay, so here's the point. Okay, so hypothecate that this cell is some non-Hunter color. The point is this is definitely not Hunter. And so if we do this, now Hunter is absolutely capped at this many cells, and this many cells is not enough. This many cells is only 8. So therefore, this is definitely Hunter, because that cell can't be Hunter, because the 1 that is here is yellow, and Hunter already has a 2. So we've got a random cell that has to be Hunter. Dorlear wants to believe that this is Hunter. So if yellow comes here, so in the world where we hypothecate that this is bifurcation yellow, so in the world where this is bifurcation yellow, that's a 3 and that's a 1. So what is this? It's exactly a 2. Uh, it would be nothing other than 2. Is there a problem with it being a 2, though? Not that I immediately see, unfortunately. I can say that this is at most 5 if I want to. Let's see. Is there something else that I can do? No matter which row 3, 1 is in, it eliminates 2 from the bet tree. So the 3, 1 is here, that's a 2. If the 3, 1 is here, that's a 2. Yep, so we know the bet tree is down to 8 possible digits. Actually, there's a 1-2 pair in the row, so actually the bet tree is down to 7 possible digits. I like Garian's proof better, though. Why use a pair when you can use an excruciating proof by cases? Good lord. Kai, what did you do to me? Yeah. J40 says Garian's proof was much more in line with our solve. That's definitely true. That's definitely true. You know things are bad when we pencil mark the bet tree. That's true. That's true, huh? When you're more than 2 hours into the puzzle, you're allowed to pencil mark the bet tree. That's the rules. The break-in was in the top right corner all along. Well, I know we did the break-in in column 5, and Neverio, who has done the puzzle, said the break-in definitely was not intended to be in column 5. So I think we started on the wrong foot and have just found a lot more wrong feet laying around. There's a 1 in column 5, and it's not there. It's not there. So the 1 in column 5 is only in one of 2 places. The real break-in was the friends we made along the way. Yes, yes, definitely. Yes, the break-in was this arrow. This again makes me wonder if I'm supposed to be finding some sort of classic Sudoku arrangement, like a kite or something. There's so many like random stray by value cells that make me really feel this is going to be like a Wings of the Pentagon kind of mess. But was very well telegraphed in Wings of the Pentagon, though. But something like that. 1 in row 4 is suspicious. Uh, yeah, but let's see. Where's the one in row 4? It's not there. It's not there. So it's in one of these cells. It's not there. Uh, so it's not there. So the one is in one of these spots, or either like the one being there seems really ugly, but plausible because blue could just run up and down and grab everything but the one and have this be the sole thing that sticks out, and that would be plausible. Everything here just has so many cases that just look like just plausible. One in row 1 only has 2 spots. Oh yeah, that's definitely not a 1, I guess for multiple reasons. Yeah, one of these two is a 1, although I'm going to have absolutely no idea what these corner marks mean when it comes time to use them. Some random jellyfish. Yeah, the jellyfish sounds good about now. But that was the sort of thing, Josh, that when I was sort of thinking through, like, what is the break-in giving me? It's giving me a lot of cells with a relatively small number of values, which made me wonder, is it like, is the intended spot like an XYZ wing or something? Uh, uh, seems possible. Uh, let's see. Uh, let's see. Do I know any other like places where ones are restricted? Row 2, column 6 can actually not be 4 or 5. Yeah, I mean, a swordfish on ones could be very useful, theoretically. It's probably like a finned swordfish or something, though, Admiral Melkor. Uh, so what's wrong with this being 4 or 5? Does it break overflowies? Uh, probably breaks overflowies. Uh, it could be blue. I don't love it being red, if I'm honest. Uh, I don't know that I can prove it can't be red, but Kelly says it can't be 5. If it's 5, it's probably blue. Uh, which looks okay to me with a 3 and a 1 there, the red there. Hunter taking these, the stuff. It being 4, though, is very bad. Okay, I agree with Paul Fly. It being a 4 creates a problem, because if this is a 4, this cell's not yellow, so those two are yellow. But now what on earth is this? So this is definitely not a 4. 5, I think, painfully just works. Uh, one of these two is a 6. There's no way that one of these two being a 6 can possibly be useful, is it? Is there? One of these two is ketchup. Is that useful? Let's see. Josh says if flesh takes row 8, column 5. Oh, Josh miscounted by 1. Very, very tragic. Yeah, we can go ahead and fill in 5, 7, 8, 9. Because we know it needs to go down here. Purple needs to get a catch-up, so the purple catch-up can only really be in one of those cells. Okay, so let's hypothecate a 5 here. I don't care what it is. It's probably blue. It's definitely not red, so red goes down. And so these are both yellow. And so now how many cells are left for these? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Add 11 appears to be correct. If we if we make that random cell a 5, it does kill off the ability to finish Hunter and Purple, regardless of what color this actually ends up being. So I do agree this is not a 5. So this is only a 1, 2, or a 3, which I guess... Is this being a 1 somehow causing a problem with all of these 1, 2, 3s here? Like, that would be nice. This is a 1, that's a 2. That's true. We can mark these two are always the same color. Because either they're both yellow, or if they're not both yellow, these are both yellow, which then forces these two to be the same. This being 3 isolates row 2, column 2. Okay, so if this is 3, it looks like that. And now these aren't yellow, so these are yellow. Yep, sure does. Actually, wait, could these just be blue? Why can't these be blue in that universe? Do I have to count again? I might have to count again. Because now this could be red, right? I think this now could be red. Oh, it could even be Hunter. Oh Lord. Okay, I don't. It's very forcing, but I don't know that it breaks right away. Okay, so let's look at Selena. Selena says if row 3, column 3 is a 2, then it grows right. So let's see if... Yeah, so if this is a 2, let's do the world where that's a 2. So we'll put in the bifurcation yellow. This is a 2, a 1, and a 3. And so the point is it must grow right and up. And so this is going to break by counting of some sort. So this is going to be something that's going to have to grow at least this far. And so now we've got all of these cells. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That's only 17 cells to fit purple and green. And purple and green need 18 cells. I agree. I'm sure Mr. Menace is going to love this deduction. Hey, Riftclan, how are you doing? So fortunately, Dorlier, I don't have to think about what color brown is. It doesn't matter what color brown is. So the point is that this breaks. So we actually have yellow doing that. And we can fill all of that in, I think, if I understood that all correctly. So that is a 1 and a 3, and that's a 2. So that's a 2. It's not a 2. That's not a 3. That's a 1. That being a 1 is going to draw in some borders. Hey, Meti, how are you doing? Okay, so now I feel like we can probably force Hunter to take this cell now. Sorry, Hunter. So if I look at, if Hunter doesn't take these cells, if Hunter doesn't take that cell, then I've got this mess of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 cells. Yeah, if Hunter doesn't take this cell, I've got this mess of 16 cells to finish Purple and Hunter, and that doesn't work. So Hunter has to take this cell, and in fact, Hunter has to take that cell, which now forces these to be blue, or ocean spray. Oh, I did not do Hunter correctly. I'm sorry, Hunter, one moment. I will do you justice. There we go. Hunter is now properly huntered. Okay. So with those two, I think we can just do it. What is this 1 corner mark for? Oh, the arrows in column 2 are known. That's true. This is now a 5. That's now a 6. Ah, yes. This cell is definitely Hunter. Because if this cell's not Hunter, it's also not purple, so it'd have to be red. But then if this cell is red, this is what microstudy is seeing, then Hunter is going to run around like this, but now purple can't finish. So that doesn't work. So this cell is Hunter. Boop-a-doop. Ah, so that makes this red. Because I know that I need at least something in here. So that cell's red, which makes this a 7, because I know there's 6 total cells in this column. Oh, Jesus Christ. Selena has noted that the 3 in column 4, the only place it can go is in Hunter. And so, therefore, Hunter can't take this cell, because if Hunter took this cell, it would be a 3. I don't even know if it does anything, but it's an awesome deduction. So this is just can't be a 3 at all. If this were a 3 at all, it would be Hunter. So this has to be a 1. So therefore this is a 1 by our pencil marks from before, and therefore I think this is a 1 by the fact that it's the only place for a 1 left in the grid. Okay, good. Good. So now it is time to investigate Hunter's 1 at long last, because now every 1 is in the grid. Hunter can't get that one, so Hunter had better get this one. So finally, at long last, we get to give Hunter the 1 he so rightly deserves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, so we've got one more cell that is Hunter. Oh, and purple finishes, because purple needs to have 9 cells in it. Purple now has 9 cells in it, because we took away the various options. These are a Hunter red pair, weirdly enough. So I'm going to mark that those are a Hunter red pair, because it lets me extend Ocean Spray. And lets me finish Human Flesh. Oh, that was not Human Flesh. I'm sorry. No disrespect meant to Human Flesh. Oh, apparently this isn't 5 anymore. So it did do something. Ketchup is not 5 anymore. So Ocean Spray comes out over here. That's why we did this. Two in red. So... Oh, 2 in red can't go there anymore. Wow. Because of this clue, 2 in red is placed. So red has 1 more cell beyond these, because this is 7, 8 cells. Red has 1 more. If this was the red 2, it would actually be a 3. And so that can't be a 2 at all. So this is the red 2. That's amazing. But this cell now has to be red, because if it's not red, it's a 1, and it can't be. So in fact, that is red. That's a different... That would have been much more elegant, I think, than the other direction, but that's okay. So now we know most of the boundaries of red now. We just don't know the resolution of this 5-6 pair yet, but that makes this a 3, which maybe does absolutely nothing. Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, you're right. It is still true that this has to be red, but you're right, I'm missing. There aren't 7 in this column. There's only 6 in this column, because the 7 that I was reading also counts that cell. But this cell's still red, which makes it a 3 or a 4, at least. 3 can only go 1 place in Hunter? That sounds amazing. So 3 in Hunter is not any of these places. It's not there. So let's see. So for me, it looks like 3 in Hunter can go in any of these 3 places. Which of those is bad? I do know that this cell is not Ocean Spray. Because if this cell was Ocean Spray, I couldn't put ketchup in Ocean Spray. So if this cell's not Ocean Spray, that actually tells me that it's a... Oh, it doesn't tell me what it is. It just tells me that... Right. But this cell, just to go over that, if this was Ocean Spray, then there's no place in Ocean Spray for ketchup. So this is a non-Ocean Spray color. And therefore, and it's at least a 4. And so therefore it connects down. That is the tiniest, piddliest little deduction, but we'll take it. Uh, uh, yeah, I had erroneously filled in 3 here, Kelly, but I think this could still be a 4 because I was miscounting how many cells were red. Uh, yeah, this puzzle has been quite an ordeal. Is Theseus the ship that got rebuilt over and over again? So I think it's the ship of Theseus, I think is the name of the book. But I could be wrong. Uh, let's see. Okay, 1, 2, 3. No, not. There's no 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is like 60% of a highways and byways, something like that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7 either. So I can pencil mark that apparently I know that there's a 7 in one of those cells, so this cell can't be a 7. I think the record is over 5 hours, if I recall correctly. So one of these is a 6 because human flesh needs a 6, which means this is not a 6, which means it's a 5 or a 7. Oh, orange needs a 1, and it's not getting that one, and it's certainly not getting those 2, so this is an orange 1. I agree with Paul Fly. Uh, uh, this cell... Well, this cell I know is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And these two together are these two, for whatever that means. So if either of these is a 5 or a... Oh, this one's not a 6. Sorry. These two together are those two. I'm trying to make some sort of really weird virtual quadruple in the row, but it's not working. Let's see. Row 2, column 2 can't be 4 by row 1. This is allowed to be 4. I think it's hidden, but this is allowed to be 4, unfortunately. Let's see. Yes, if orange is 2 is not from row 8, orange needs to grow up 2 cells at most and somehow get a 2. That doesn't work. So yeah, so there is a 2 in one of these 2 cells from orange. Where does ocean spray get its red circle? It's a good question. Probably there or there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So here's an interesting point also. Ocean spray can't take that cell without doing something really weird. So if Ocean Spray takes this 1, I think we have a problem. I don't think Ocean Spray can take this 1. Because if Ocean Spray takes this 1, it takes all of these cells. It certainly then can't take this 1. And it can't take that cell either. So Ocean Spray would finish there. Oh, is that not actually broken? That might not actually be broken. Maybe this exact combination is not broken. That exact disposition. But I'm going to stare at it for a second because I feel like there's a chance that this exact disposition might be broken for some reason I have not appreciated yet. I think it's broken because I don't have a color for this cell. No, I think this can be Kelly Gray. Can the bet tree not be Ocean Spray's ketchup? I agree, Rift Clan. It definitely has to take one of these two ones. I just don't know which. And I was thinking it had to be this one, but now I'm not so sure. Exactly one of these is in this region. Do I know that this cell... I probably know that this cell is part of the last region, right? Oh, it could be blue, because I've got this stupid blue region over down here that I don't know, like, anything about at all, basically. I'm sorry, blue region. I'm sure you're a perfectly adequate blue region. Let's see. This column doesn't have many digits left. 4, 8, 9. Oh, is that going to get me the triple I wanted? Or the quad I wanted? I don't... Actually, maybe. No. The point is... Right. Those two go in those two places. So I know that this is 5, 7, 8, or 9 is the point. I don't know why I keep highlighting it rather than actually marking that. But we have that. Yeah, the blue region's either going to grab that one or that one. I think it can't grab that one. But we also have a Kelly Green region that we have not placed a cell in yet. Over here somewhere. Sorry, Kelly Gray. Kelly Gray. Can row 9, column 8 really be 7? Ooh, ELSF donates $10 with a racing gaming chair hippo? I think hippo. An adorable little thing. So let's get a donation dance for ELSF. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We can go back and make this carnival cake. How about that? Then carnival cake can appear as well as Kelly Gray. So there's a question of whether this can really be 7, because if this is 7, orange looks exactly like this. And the question is, does orange looks exactly like this? Is that bad? I do not know. I do not know. Let's see. People are saying this is not 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So what was the reason? It traps the ocean. Can't it be blue? I think it could be blue. Red still needs a cell, so this cell could be red, I think. And I... Oh, no, that doesn't work. Sorry, orange needs 2 cells, so those 2 could be orange, and then that could be the last red cell. This would have to be ocean. I think that actually doesn't work. I think it doesn't work. Because I think ocean is forced to take 2 ones. Doesn't trap orange. Orange just finishes. But now ocean, I think, takes 2 ones. And if this wants to be an 8 without being blue, I don't think it can be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, well, it can't be without breaking the 2. So this being 8 breaks both ways. Uh, Row 5, column 7. Okay, so M. Nasty believes that this is going to have to be the one that blue takes. Is blue taking this one really dangerous? Like, I was thinking maybe this is going to be our disambiguating 9. Because we don't yet have an 8 or 9 on an arrow, and you always need an 8 or a 9 on an arrow in one of these puzzles in order to disambiguate it. And I figured this was probably going to be it. In fact, we might actually be able to prove that this has to be an 8 or 9 by uniqueness. Yeah, you put the ketchup in the ocean to lure the sharks in so that you can catch them. God, I hope the next puzzle of mine I'm supposed to do isn't Elements of Sudoku. It could be her all day. I know that one's coming up soon, but I don't think it's the next one, but we'll find out soon, hopefully. Okay, that's good. So yeah, Kelly's point is this has to be, in fact, Kelly. Because if this is blue, which is the only color that doesn't have a 2 yet, otherwise, then I'd have some of Kelly down here and some of Kelly up here. And as much as this puzzle has had some very dark themes, we're not going to do that to Kelly. So this is the Kelly Gray. I think that was Kelly Gray, if I recall correctly. That looks like Kelly Gray. Unless this was Kelly. I'm having a hard time remembering the lore. No, I think that's the other one. I think it's that one. So the claim is if blue takes this... Oh, maybe blue takes it like that, actually. If blue takes it like this, that might not actually break anything. I think blue could bend up and take it like that if it goes through there, so I don't think we yet know that this isn't blue, sadly. Yeah, if it did exactly that, it would be okay, I think. Is the question to ask if this can really not be blue? I guess we're trying to prove it isn't blue. But if it's not blue, then it at least takes those. Okay, so let's extend Garian's vision. So Garian's vision is, what if that's what Ocean Spray does? So then Ocean Spray also takes that. And so now this is the ketchup in Ocean Spray, which would make row 9, column 8. Yep, that would also make that ketchup. And so now the point is that row 1, column 9, and row 5, column 9. Yeah, right. So this makes ketchup 7. So orange goes up like this. Which makes blue extend up like that. So the problem is something to do with this digit. Column 9 is the same as row 5, column 9. Right. Okay, so yeah, so the point is yeah, so the point is this would have to be Kelly, and it can't, because this can't be 3 anymore, right? Okay, yeah, so this is now big enough, right? So the problem, sorry, it's an arrow problem, not a Sudoku problem. We were chasing around the ketchups, and I was expecting a Sudoku problem, but it's actually an arrow problem. The point is that now in this universe, this is at least 4, so it's definitely blue. It's definitely this blue. Remember, this blue is that blue. I see your point about the blues. But that doesn't work because now these arrows count the same things. So I agree with Garian. This is not the Ocean Spray one. So this one is Ocean Spray. And if that one is the one that's Ocean Spray, oh yeah, then these are a Kelly and a blue pair. So as it currently sits, Ocean Spray gets 2 more cells. It has some options as to what those 2 cells are, I think. Chasing around the ketchups is an important Sudoku technique. This row needs a 3. Oh, crap, it could go there. Never mind. I was excited by the fact that row 2 needs a 3, but I am no longer excited. Let's see, Paulfly believes this is now Kelly. If it was blue, what goes wrong? Oh, either one. So the point is to think about the one the blue takes. So if the blue takes that one, then the blue does that whole thing. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. So blue, if blue took this, this would also be a 1. So yeah, so if blue takes that one, it can't take that cell. And if blue takes this one, then that's 5, 6, 7. Yeah, and I can't, let's see, can I do something like that? That would make this a 3. I don't see a reason this can't be a 3, unfortunately. Let's see. So yeah, left we have 2 in row 4 and 2 in row 8. So we've got a little like, and we don't know if it's an X-wing or a Jovi wing yet on 2s in these cells. That breaks the 2 arrow-wise. Oh, so the point is that exact combination doesn't actually work because it breaks this 2. How confident are we that no tweak of this will work? But I agree this doesn't work because it does break that 2, because that 2 now is going to have to be Kelly, and Kelly's going to have to wrap around like that in some capacity, and it's not going to work if this is a 2. Okay, let me think through J40's point. If row 1, column 9 doesn't take the 1 next to it, it's not blue, because the arrows would be the same. Right, these arrows would be the same. No matter what, they'd be definitionally the same. So this would not be blue. So yeah, sorry. If these two are not the same, then that's not blue. Wait, no, sorry, I'm saying this wrong. If these two are not the same, if we hypothecate an X here, then this can't be blue. But this also can't be blue. And we're going to have a problem because we don't have 2 non-blue colors that can be here. This can't be blue because this cell would get cut off. And this can't be blue because it would be the same arrow as that. So I think I am convinced that these two are actually the same. Row 5, column 7 is blue. I don't think it is. I think that's blue. It's pure setter logic, but I think this has to be the one that's blue. Because I think otherwise the puzzle's not unique. So yeah, we purely ran out of colors if we put a border between these two, because neither of them could be blue. And we don't have 2 non-blue colors that could take stuff up here, is how I was thinking about it, J40. Blue can certainly take this one. This needs to be an 8 or a 9. Or one of these at random needs to be an 8 or a 9, but that seems less likely. Almost assuredly, this has to be an 8 or a 9 to resolve the puzzle. So the joke is, if you've not sort of ever set a puzzle like this before, you probably have not really thought about this. But if no arrow has an 8 or a 9 on it, and there are no given 8s or 9s, there's no way the puzzle can be unique, because then you could swap all the 8s and all the 9s uh, without changing anything. And so there needs to be an arrow with an 8 or a 9 on it, and there just aren't that many arrows that could have an 8 or a 9 on them. Like this one can, but if this one does, so does that one. And so like randomly, like I guess these maybe. I don't think this one can't have an 8 or a 9 on it. I don't think this one can either. I think this has to be blue. I think there's no way that that's not blue. If I am looking at all the arrows correctly. Let's see. At 11 says row 2, column 9 is at least 5 because of where it goes in row 1. Where does it go in row 1? Yeah, this is not quite, but is close to the most excruciating solve I've ever had on stream, Naverio. I don't think we've found the break-in yet. Like at no point did we find anything that felt like it was an intended break-in. We at one point did one deduction that felt like maybe it was intended, but I think literally out of the entire solve, I think we've done one intended deduction. Yeah, I don't quite believe that this has to go there. It could go up there, so this could be as small as 4. Yes, my argument, I'm pretty convinced by uniqueness this has to be blue. Yeah, the 4 in row 7, column 7, that might have been intended. I'm sure there is a nice path through this puzzle that we have just not found by finding other horrible things instead. Hey, Ambrose. I hope you're doing well. We are quite some ways into this puzzle, but any help would be very appreciated. I'm about to start pencil marking random cells. So this digit... Okay, well, here's a really dumb deduction. This digit's at least 3. So it has to go down, because if it was blue, it would be a 3. If it was ocean spray, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this cell always connects down, I believe, because just Sudoku logically, it's at least 3. But it being 3 doesn't work. So it always connects down. We might get a second square if we're lucky. No, we can't get a square. Right. We can't get a square. Because of that. So this 2 either connects over or up. Yeah, this definitely is not ocean spray anymore. If it ever could have been. Yeah, that's exactly right, Dorlier. See, Everyone points out this being 2 seems unlikely. I agree, although I don't know what I would do with it. Like the one possibility is that this region looks... Oh no, exactly this would not do it. Never mind. But it probably is 7, right? I think this probably is 7. Uh, I think we should disprove it being 5. So I guess the question is, if it's 5, what do we get? If this is 5, then that cell becomes orange at the very least. Do I know that in this world this cell couldn't also be orange? Maybe I do not. But this cell would certainly be orange. There might be some sort of weird geometry problem with this. I don't see it, though, if there is. Let's see. If this is 7, it's going to make this some giant number. It's going to force it to sort of bend around. I mean, it's going to make it a not... Maybe I should say it as it's going to make it a not especially giant number. So the red digits in column 6 are a 2, a 3, and a 4, 8, or 9, for whatever it's worth. Is that interesting? I don't think so. Hey, Pew. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, 5. If this is a 5, it makes this ketchup, which then, because ocean spray needs a ketchup, makes that ketchup. But that all seems okay. So, is there any way I can sort of argue anything meaningful about this cell? So, Sudoku logically, this would be a 3, 4, 5, or an 8 or a 9. Can't be a 9. Can I rule out any of those others? Or can I say anything profound about it? I don't think so. Do these join? Do I have any way of identifying that? I don't think so. Wallfly says it can't be 4. I'm not sure I understand why. But I am open to being convinced. Because remember, it can be blue. If it's 4, it is blue. Yeah, if it's 4, it's blue. Is there some geometry trick out of this this business? The fact that the 2 grows one of these 2 ways, but not both? Okay, Jay says if row 4, column 8 is 2, it can't grow up. And row 2, column 8 is now at least 3. And row 3, column 7 is broken. So if this is a 2, I'm just going to put my bifurcation marker here just so that we're going to fill this in. If this is a 2, it makes this a minimum of 3, which gives us that this extends, and now this 2 is broken. And that does not work. So J is correct. That's not a 2, so that is the 2. So that's the 2. So we've got that. And so one of these 2s is Kelly, and one of these 2s is Ocean Spray. Right. Yeah, the real point here is that, yeah, this can't have a border, because if this had a border, this 2 doesn't work. Because if these 2 joined, then we get the square problem. So actually, there's always a border here. Which means this is really only counting vertically. Which means that this is not a 1 or a 2, and is at most... so that makes this big. It's at least 3. 3, 4, 5. It's 3, 4, or 5 by a combination of sudoku and arrow logic. So it is the same as this arrow. And now, in order to not be the same, it's that arrow. Or this cell is in that region as well. So I think we've got all of this going together. And this can't be larger than... Oh, maybe it can be larger than 3, depending on exactly how this all works out. Oh, it can take the one on top. Right. It could take the one on top. Yeah, you're right. This is certainly at least... this is certainly at least a 4, because it's got to be bigger than that. It's not a 5. So this is 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm sure I could rule out some of those, because what's the biggest it could possibly be, even in like the most generous universe? It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's at most 7. And 6 and 7 seem a bit unlikely, but I don't really want to try and argue it at the moment. That's really cool, Paul Fly. If this is 5, it means it grows like this, but that makes this also 5. This whole puzzle has been crazy, Isabella, because I think we've made one intended deduction in 3 hours. 3.5 hours? Something like that. Yeah, that step could have been intended. That elimination, that might have been intentional. It's possible. And we now really are, now that we've pencil marked every arrow, we know by uniqueness that this is an 8 or a 9, and so it's blue. So in terms of what we're trying to prove, we are trying to prove that blue does that. Uh, 4.8 bigger than 4.2. Yes, 4.8 is bigger than 4.2, but it might be bigger because it takes the 1. Uh, okay, so that's the point. If this is a 7, it takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. If this is a 7, it takes the blue, or it takes the 1. It's not able to be blue because it's currently at, in fact, this is 9 cells, which is problematic for lots of reasons. So this is never 7. Take your pick of which thing you don't like about that. This could be 2 bigger than this if it takes those 2. So the version where this is 6 looks like that, I think. Why is this a problem? How hard do I have to think to see that this doesn't work? So all of this is in a region. Yeah, we don't. We get 1 more cell. In this version, this is a 4. So the point is, this is a 4, and so this needs to be more than 4, but it can't see more than 4 cells. It would be a max of 4. So it would put 2 4s in the region is the problem if we did this. So this being a 6 doesn't work. This only works if it's a 4. Makes that a 3. Makes that a 3. Makes that a 3. Okay, so there's a border here. Because of that, yeah. There's a border here now. And so there's a border there. Let's see. So this being a 4, 5, or 8, is this at all interesting? So, don't know. Border below row 4, column 8. We've already got the border below row 4, column 8. Border above row 2, column 8. I don't know that. I can place the last 3. I'll take it. There is a 3 in that spot. Does that finally give me that this 3 is Kelly? I think that finally gives me that this 3 is Kelly. Is Kelly Gray. Because Kelly Gray is the only region that doesn't have its 3 marked. So all of these are Kelly Gray as well. So this 2 either is Kelly or it isn't. Yeah, Paul Fly gave me an argument from this before that this cell was going to be Kelly. which I kind of believed, but was also a little terrified to use at the time. Uh, okay. So Ambrose is telling me that this being a blue 2 doesn't work for some reason, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Uh, uh, yeah, this doesn't have a color. That's so specific. Yeah, this cell doesn't have a color anymore because it's definitionally not blue and it's not Kelly. And blue and Kelly are the only colors that can get over here. So yes, finally at long last we get to do the thing we always knew we could do, which is make this blue. And so yeah, the point is if this cell is blue, we have exactly the same problem. Because if this cell is blue, then blue has to do all of this, and then that makes this cell colorless. I guess the really easy way to see it is that this cell has to be blue because it's... Oh, sorry, no, this cell could be orange in this unit, but this cell can't be blue at the very least. So this cell is orange or orange or blue. This too must be Kelly, agree. Because we've only got one more of them. It does give us a border. Okay, this can't be orange and it can't be blue. So this is Kelly. And if those are Kelly, that has to be Kelly or we're not ever going to finish this region. That too gives me a border here. And it gives me a border here. And this isn't Kelly, so it's blue. There's only 1 left in the puzzle that's not colored. And the 1 that's not colored must be blue. So we get that all set up. So therefore, this is an 8. Because it can't... Why couldn't row 6, column 7 be blue? Row 6, column 7 couldn't be blue because it would give this cell no color, because the only way it gets to be blue is if blue cuts off orange. So that is blue, and blue is done. And so this is a 9. So we in fact had both an 8 and a 9 in the on arrows. So let's see, what digits are these? Mark, please. Some things. Oh, these aren't 8. So those are a 4-9 pair. So those aren't 9, and that's not 4. So these are a 7-8 pair. So I guess I should pencil mark this and remove 7 and 8 from this cell. Ketchup isn't 9. This can only be... In fact, both of these have to be ocean spray now. Because we don't have anything else for them to be. There's already a border. So that finishes ocean spray. places ketchup in ocean spray. So ketchup is there. So this is not 5 or 6 or 9. Ketchup in column 3 is here. People are pointing out. I agree with that. Row 5 only has one thing, and so this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this is a 5, which makes that a 7, which gives us the orange. 7, 5, 7. This isn't a 5 because there's a 5 in the region. So this is a 6, 8, or 9. And now, by the power of ketchup in row 9, ketchup in row 9 is one of these 3, but it's not that one, and it's not 1, so this is ketchup, and ketchup is 7. So we can go ahead and fill 7s in all of our ketchups, and an 8 there. So no 7 there, no 7 there, no 7 there, no 7 there. No 7 or 8, no 8, no 7, 7, 7. Let's see. Let's fill in these just to continue keeping up on top of our pencil marks. That is not a 7. That's not a 7. There's a border there Tristan pointed out earlier. Got that. I can get rid of this dash and this dash just to keep things clean. One of these two is a 6. So therefore, this thing, when I mark it, I can say it's not a 6. It's only an 8 or a 9. Let's see. What about these? When I mark them. The 4 in this row is definitely in sea spray, so that's not a 4. Let's see. Row 8, column 6 is very helpful. That one. Right. This cell goes down here is the point, right? This cell goes down here, and so it has to be a 9, which makes that a 9, because there was no 5 down there. Got it. So this is a 4. Makes those not 4. Makes that a 5. Those aren't 5s. These aren't 9s anymore, so that is a 9. So that's not 9. That's not 9. It's not 9. Row 6, column 7 is an arrow cell. Aha! So it is. So that makes this Kelly Gray. And also makes this a 5. Makes that not a 5. Makes that not a 5. Row 2, column 2 is 9, because I need to put a 9 in Ocean Spray, which makes that a 4 and a 9. Thank you, chat. That has become an 8 somehow. So we have that. So that has become a 9. 8 or 9, that's not 9. That's a 4 now. Oops. Sorry, that's an 8. I've forgotten which one is good, blue or red. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's one more cell for this. 4, 5, 8. Good. So that's a 9. Let's see. I can write those in. That's a 4, 6, 8 triple for this row. So whatever this is, it's not 4, 6, or 8. That's a naked 7, apparently. So it is ketchup. So that is not a 7. That's not a 7 or a 9. Let's see. These are a 5, 6, 8 triple, so that makes that ketchup. And makes this a 9. That's not a 7. How am I doing on 7s? One of them doesn't... The red one doesn't have ketchup on it. That's a problem. So I think I only have 1 7 left. No? Oh, no, I have 1 7 left, and it's there, right? Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's there. So that's a 7. It can have its little ketchuping. 7.6 can't be 5. Ah, yes, because it's either Kelly or red, and both of those have a 5. So that makes this a 6, 8 pair, which makes this a 5. And now that being a 5 makes that a 6, which makes this cell red. And makes this cell hunter. And that... I was going to say that finishes our regions, but of course it doesn't. Let's not be silly. That's a 4 and a 6. That's not a 6. It's not a 4. Yeah, I'm sure something nice was intended for this puzzle. Just given by, like, we've even just in the past... just even in the past couple weeks, we've done like 3 different beautiful Mr.Menace puzzles. So I can't imagine this puzzle was created for the sole purpose of torturing me, even though if that was the purpose, it could hardly have done better. Row 4, column 4. People keep pointing me at this cell. Aha, yes, that 8 sees this cell, which makes this a 6, a 4, and a 5. So that a 4... and a 4, and an 8, and a 5, and an 8, and a 6, and an 8, and a 6, and a 5, and a 6, and a 5, and a 6, and an 8, and a 4. And I guess we have to decide which color... Oh, that can't be red, so this has to be Kelly, because red already has a 6. So this is Kelly Gray's last cell. And so, therefore, this is going to be the last red cell, and it is going to be an 8. And we are going to be done. Don't let the timer lie to you, though. It makes it look like we spent 4 hours on this, whereas actually we only spent 3 hours and 45 minutes on it. So it was not as bad as that looked. So yes, congratulations to Ranks. Lots of smart people who combined resulted in a truly stupid solve. That is a really good synopsis of what has happened here. Yes. Good Lord, yes, I wonder if the part where Naverio solved this on stream is still available, so I can go back and watch that. It is true. There was no ugly irregular Sudoku at the end, although there was, maybe you could argue, a good bit of irregular Sudoku involved in the region building. Yeah, someone at the beginning of stream actually opened by saying, well, hopefully today we can solve more puzzles than we solved on Rank's stream yesterday, because apparently yesterday Rank's did only 2 puzzles. Okay, so is Meme Rister's thing in 15 minutes? Or is Memerster's thing in an hour and 15 minutes? Because I think I can do one of my old puzzles if the answer is it's in an hour and 15 minutes. I don't think I can do it in 15 minutes, though. An hour and 15. Okay. Well, in that case, just so that we don't do only one puzzle today, I'm going to do whatever puzzle is next from my catalog of my of my puzzles, which is Arrow Sandwich Do Not Eat, apparently. So here we go. I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to take a real quick break, and we'll be back, and we'll do this puzzle in hopefully less than an hour and 15 minutes. But I'll be back in just a moment. See you all in just a second. Alrighty, welcome back. I started this stream long ago doing my old puzzles, and I haven't done it in a while, but in case you're curious, the reason why I have been going back and doing this is just to sort of look at my own setting, and I can be meaner about my own setting than I can be about other people's setting, so it gives me a good opportunity to reflect on these things. This puzzle has an x and an x squared in it. I do not remember doing this. I stopped doing it after stream 7, but I started again. I think this is my 4th since I restarted. I mean, it's obviously not going to be something that lasts forever because I produce fewer puzzles than I stream. Let's see. I should turn off row column labels. Okay, so here I had remembered this being a vanilla sandwich arrow puzzle, and thought, oh wow, this is surprisingly tame. But that shows you how much I remember about this puzzle, which came out I think 2 years ago. Also, I believe this is my second puzzle that Simon did, because Mark did 2 or 3 of my puzzles, but Simon did do this one. But the rules here are that the circle definitely contains the sum of the digits along the arrow, and the columns give you the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9. There's not even really a great example. This is saying the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 9 is definitely bigger than 19. We have values of x and y to be determined, and then min is the unique lowest sum across the entire grid. So in particular, it might be 0, but we definitely can't have any 0 sandwich clues anywhere in the entire grid. Now, despite remembering nothing about this puzzle other than very few things, one thing I remember is that Simon somehow forced a break-in in box 1, which was not at all the sort of intended place. I remember the thing that I noticed that made me do this was that every length 3 arrow must contain at least one of 1 and 9. And so there's always a sandwich crust somewhere along this arrow. But also I should start with my easiest thing of if this sum is greater than 30, the outies are at most 5, and so therefore none of these are crust. I don't think that in his solve, Simon ever actually articulated the statement that every length 3 arrow contains a 1 or a 9, although he said things that implied it. X is certainly not that large. X can't be even as large as 6, so 35 minus X is at least 30, and so therefore we get that. Right, this is not, Selena points out, this is not greater than or equal to, this is strictly greater than 30. So that means my outies are actually at most 4, so actually that extends this. By the way, if you're curious what on earth is happening with my talking about outies, I'm talking about the sum of the digits outside the 1 and the 9. So the digits inside the 1, or sorry, the digits other than 1 and 9 sum to 35. So if the ones inside sum to more than 30, the ones outside sum to at most 4 is the math that is being done here. So this, Garion points out, this was the intended first deduction, is that this can't be 1 or 9. Because if this was 1 or 9, I would have my other 1 or 9 here. I would be at most this far apart. And then the maximum this could sum to would be 8 plus some numbers that are less than 8. So this is never crust, and therefore this is always crust. It is 1 or 9, to be sure. And therefore this is crust as well, because remember I only get 1 outie, and so therefore this is crust, and this had better be the 9. And so we can get a digit dance going from Zach. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo, whoa! Ba-doop-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo, whoa! Thank you, Zach. I think Simon started this puzzle by asking something like, what if this digit was a 7? Or something like that. I don't remember the exact version. But the intended break-in was looking at this arrow in this column, and Simon did all of that in some particular way. I wasn't ridiculing Simon. I was just noting that that it was a rare time where Simon didn't follow my intended solution path exactly. Remember, there's a unique smallest sandwich clue in the puzzle, so that lets me gray everything over here. 35 minus X. We could throw a bet tree there. I'll go for that. 35 minus X is at least 30, so I get at most 2 outies. And so I've already got an outie up there, so therefore this can't be a crust, or I'd have 3 outies. So I get outies in one of these. Yes. Let's see. Could this be a 9? If this is... Okay, what if this is a 9? What's the maximum I could make? If this is a 9, I don't get high enough, I think is the point. Because if this is a 9, well, then these sum to 9. Plus, and then these could sum to at most... oh, no, that would work. That would be fine. Oh, people want me to write in the outie in row 2, which is 2, 3, or 4. The point is that tells me that there's a 1 on this arrow. Because the only arrow here that is not that The only arrow here that would not have a 1 on it would be 9, 2, 3, 4, but that would break that cell. Okay, so I have a 1 here. If I put the 1 here and the 9 down there, can that possibly get to be big enough? Unfortunately, I think that it can. But certainly I know things like that this isn't crust. Oh, right. This certainly isn't crust. That's a good way to put it from Jim. This definitely isn't crust. Because if this was crust now, certainly the maximum I could get to would be 8, which is not good. So that's not crust. There's a 1 on this arrow as well, because this is not a 9. And that 1 has to go here because of that 1. So this is a 1, and I can again sort of percolate my crustiness. I can prove that x is not 0. So these cells see both 1 and 9, so they are not crust. And so randomly we get a free 9. And so that does not work. Or so, sorry, that is the thing. So there is a 1 on this arrow. These are gray, for sure, because we've got a 1 and a 9 in the box. Row 4, column 6 can't be 9, because that would make a sandwich clue of 0, whereas this row has the unique lowest sandwich clue in the grid. Malcor is the reason why. Let's see. Paulfly saying this can't be 9. Can I solve the equation made in box 1? What's happening? Oh, haha, there we go. Okay, so the people's point is that I can probably figure out that this is 1, 8, because they have to add to 9, and one of them is a 1. Got it. Let's see. I will say, unlike the previous puzzle, I'm quite happy with how this one is going. If this was a 9, the absolute maximum that I could get here would be 4 and 8 is 12, and 7 is 19. And that makes you feel really good about this greater than 19 clue, because you get exactly 19. So therefore, that is not crust. Therefore, when I come and look here, I certainly, even if this is the 1, these sum to at most 7. I need something more than at most 7. So even 8 more than at most 7 isn't enough. I need both of these, and so therefore this is the 9. Which lets me gray both of those, if I'm paying attention, and actually lets me gray those as well. That's gray, because it sees 1 and 9. Oh, box 3 has another crust. That's a good point. So that's a 9. Oh, if the 1's not maximum distance, I can't do it. I'm being told my outies need to add to a maximum of what? My outies need to add to a maximum of, let's see, 15. And this number is at least 6. So 2, 3. I don't know. Yes, I should not put 1 here. That's a very good point to Garion. If I put a 1 here, oh, and I know this is not a crust, by the way. So I know one of these is 1. It's not the arrow circle. And if 1 is here, then x has to be the square root of 35, which is fine for this column, but creates issues for these columns. So therefore, that's the 1. Good spotting to Garion. So we get all of that. So assuredly, these can't sum to 16 anymore. Yes, these sum to more than 16. And so therefore, they'd better sum to 25. And so x is 5. And so these two digits sum, therefore, to 10. This, again, is not crust because of the unique min clue.
T.
Yay, T! Let's see. Okay, so that means that's not a 1 because it sees, or not a crust because it sees 1 and 9. This is not 9 anymore. And it's certainly not 1, which means there is a 1 on this arrow. That 1 certainly isn't there. And therefore, that's an 8, and that's a 1. This is no longer a yellow. This is. So this is a 6 or a 7 only. Those are the only options that I am entitled to. Well, this certainly isn't a 9, so it's definitely not a crust. This certainly isn't a 9, so it's not a crust. This sees 1 and 9, Jim points out. Whereas 1 in column 1 is a smart spot. 1 in column 1 is in one of these two cells. And if 1 in column 1 is in one of these two cells, it's not there. I know that, A, because chat told me, and B, because I've graded all of these, so they're not 1. So therefore, that's 1. So these are both gray. So that's not 1. This is not 1 or 9, so it's certainly gray. This is not 9 for sure, so it's gray, which actually places the 9 in the column. Let's see. So one of those is 1. One of these two is 9 for sure. That's gray for lots of reasons. Yes. If this is 1, y is 35, which has the problem that in this row, y definitely isn't 35. So, in fact, that is 1, and that is gray. Oops. So this is 2, 3, or 4. And this is 2, 3, or 4. I might as well fill in while I'm at it. There's definitely a 2 on here. So this is at least 3, and at most what? So these sum... this is also 2, 3, or 4. Hey, Alessandro. That's because these two sum to at least 5. This sums to at most 8. So actually, this is only 2 or 3. But there's definitely a 2 down here, so in fact, that's a 3, which does 2 great things for us. One of which is to tell us that this sums to 7. The other of which is to tell me that has to be a 9, because I have to keep this sandwich clue smaller than a sandwich clue of 3. I am pleased with my past self for figuring, or for setting that. That was cute. I would never set this anymore, but this is a very cute sort of string of interactions. Oh, poor Mark does not know what digits are left. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 go up here. And so now these have to be a 2, 3 pair because this now sums to a minimum of 8. And so I actually know that's a 2, that's a 3, and that's an 8. Let's see. Yep, so we've got our 8. 9 in row 7. Yes, 9 in row 7 is placed for lots of reasons. Take your pick of Sudoku or don't put a 9 on an arrow. So that is gray for sure. That's gray for sure because it sees 1 and 9. This is at least 3, 4. I'm solving my own puzzle, and unlike the last puzzle of mine I solved, I actually have enjoyed this one. This is a minimum of 3, 4, so this can only be 7 or 8. Oh, well, you can look forward to that. I know these are a 2, 3 pair because the x is 5, remember? And the fact that x is 5, yeah, I think the last one was real bad. The fact that x is 5 tells me that these are 2, 3 because of the outies, and that one can't be 2, so that's a 3 and that's a 2. So these are something about palindromes. I don't remember the title. No, it was the one after Shapes Without Shapes that I didn't publish on LMD. It's something like Split Palindromes or something is the title. It's in the catalog. I'm just doing them in the order that they're listed in the catalog. So if anything has been forgotten, Broken Palindromes, there we go. If anything has not made the catalog, it is gone for good, basically. The outies in column 7 sum to a known number. That's true. These two need to sum to 10 because x is 25. Thank you, Screaming Ice Cube. Or, sorry, to add 11. In this case, it's add to 10. Sorry, we're almost there. But these two need to add to 10, and they better not be 3, 7. So they have to be 8 and 2. And so 8 is 1 plus 7, and 3 plus 4. These are some numbers. Circle and box 8 is forced. Yes. Okay, so these are a minimum of 2, 3 plus 2. Oh, someone is pointing out that 3 plus 4 does not add to 8. Well, I put a 7 in the grid. How was I supposed to remember? So 3, 5, how about? Very fancy. So the minimum of these is 2, 3 plus 2. 2, 3 plus 2 is 7. So this can only be 7 or 8, I believe. For large values of 4, yes. For particular values of 4, yeah, let's see. Let's fill these in. So these aren't 3 or 5. Let's see. Oh, this can't be a 3 because there's a 3, 5 pair. So these sum to, so I can actually finish this. So these sum to a minimum of 5. So this is at most 3, but it's not 3, so it's therefore 2. And now these sum to either 5 or 6, but they must have a 2 involved, and so that's a 2. And so then this is a 3 or a 4 based on whether this is a 7 or an 8. I think I did all of that correctly, but don't quote me on that. And so I could either complete this 5 sandwich by going down, which I hope I was smart enough to do, or up. Oh, I can't go up. Thank God. There was a near bet tree catastrophe. But actually, to get my 5 sandwich, I can't go up because this would need to be a 3, and there's a 3 there. So I have to go down. Making that a 1, making this gray because it's next to a 1, and making this a 5 and a 3. Making these some assorted digits, I guess I can fill in. Some of these are going to have lots of candidates, I regret to inform you. Yes, column 4 only has 1 space left for a crust, and it's there. So apologies to the crust betters. Oops. So that is gray. In fact, actually, neither of those is crust. Oops, sorry, I hit the microphone. Apologies. Oh, I don't know anything about this other than... Okay, well, Y I know is fairly large from down here, right? Y is certainly not a 1-cell sum, because Y is bigger than 9. So this can't be the crust. This has to be the 9, which means that's the 9. And we have all of our crusts. It's being suggested that perhaps we should look for where 8 goes in box 3, which has maybe been available for a while, and we have to debate whether we want to put it along the arrow or in the circle. And I'm an in the circle sort of zeta for my 8s, but don't let me tell you what to do. You can put your 8s wherever you want. These aren't 5 or 6. So these are either 3, 4, or 2, 5, but they're not 3, 4, so they are 2, 5. Oh, and I even know the order. Fantastic. So that's a 6 and a 5. This is a 4 or a 7. Yeah, I can't believe I math pestoed this. Let's see. Okay, so these need to sum to at most 15, and I noticed that this is at minimum 3, so these have to be a 3-4 pair in order for this to work, which means these are also a 2-5 pair, which I guess I also would have known if I'd looked. And so, in fact, the sum is 20. As every greater than 19 clue in the history of Sudoku has been, it turns out to be a 20. So that's not a 3, that's not a 4. This is a 4. This is a 5. This is a 3. Fortunately, it looks like we're going to finish this in a shorter amount of time than we were able to finish the Mr.Menace puzzle in, which is good. So that's a 6 and that's a 7. So these are something and something. Why is Mark not working? There we go. There's 6 and 8. These are 4 and 3. I'm being told there's a 2 in row 2, and it's there. This is 3, 4, or 7. Sure is. Let's see. Okay, so 3 in box 5. Yeah, there's lots of 3s pointing at box 5. So that's a 3, and I'm going to remember for once in my life that that means that's a 7. That's the kind of zeta spotting that you never get. 6 over there. So we now know what y is. Rare footage. I love to see it. Yes, perfect. Y is odd. Yes. Y is odd because y is in fact 15, it turns out. Hey, Sarah, how are you doing? So if this is 15, that means I need my outies to sum to 20, which means this needs to be a 3. I could have done it with parity, I realize. That would have worked equally well. So these are a 4-6 pair, so that's a 7 and a 3. That's a 4. So no 7 here, no 4, no 4. This is probably deducible. It's a 7. Keep in mind it can't be another 2 because it would repeat the lowest sandwich total. Let's see. 3 and 5. I'm trying to remember if the 3 in the corner meme was a meme yet when I submitted this puzzle. Okay, what am I missing? 6, 8 in row 6. 6, 8 in row 6 makes this a 4. 7 in row 5. Yes, that's not a 7. Good. That's a 7. Perhaps the setter expected I would have filled in row 5, column 5 as part of the solve. So, yeah, we've got that. The row 5 sandwich. Oh, there's another sandwich. That's the thing I missed. There's another Y clue. I forgot there were 3 Y clues. I know that when I know that I must not have been very good at Sudoku when I set this, because when I set it, I intended you to use the fact that you knew all of these were Y without knowing what Y was. And we definitely did not do that. We just got that Y was 15 by filling in digits. So yes, this had better be 4, 5, 6 in order to sum to that. I was convinced we'd used all the clues, but we had not. So that is an 8 and a 6. Not that one. That's the 6. It's the 4 and the 6 and the 4 and the 8 and the 5. And our last puzzle is, or sorry, our last digit is a 6. So congratulations to all the 6 betters out there. You solved the Kristen A. Nurikabe puzzle with a 37 in the corner. That sounds lovely. Well, I'm a lot happier with that one than I was with the previous one. It was far, far, far weirder than I remembered it being. I was thinking that this was a perfectly vanilla puzzle that I had set, but it turned out it was not a perfectly vanilla puzzle. But I'm happy with this one. This one had a coherent flow to it. It doesn't feel like I set it in Excel like the previous one did. The Real Champions set in Excel. This would be like very out of my style now to do things like having an x squared in the thing. There's nothing wrong with having an x squared. Just do this. I am just Jaleb. Each stream I am doing one of my puzzles, regardless of whether it was featured. But when I started the stream 200 streams ago or whatever, I started doing a few of them, and then I started doing other things. But I figured it's a worthwhile exercise to look at my old puzzles and think about like what things I like and don't like. Let's see. MicroStudy has a request for some more cursed puzzles. Let's see if I put this in Penpa mode, if you can actually see the list of puzzles. There you go. So we have done all of these, although granted, some of them we did many, many streams ago. So next up is going to be ambiguity, which is, I don't know, in some senses, one of the puzzles I'm most proud of, but I'm sure have regrets when I go to do it. It's the first instance of the zetamath break-in, which shows up in a ridiculous number of my puzzles. I'm trying to look to see what the next disaster is. I know I'm not going to be particularly happy with this one. This one is a complete disaster. Although this one I very deliberately... I didn't even publish this one in the Cracking the Cryptic Discord, because this one is so bad. So we've got those. Oh, this'll be special. This is the one I made for... this is the one I made for the setting video. So I think almost no one has done this, because in order to do this puzzle, you have to know like what all of the like previous things I've put in puzzles are, because this sort of implicitly has all the rules of previous puzzles. Yeah, there we go. And we've got like a puzzle called 159 that is not a 159 because 159s weren't a thing when I set it. We have many fun and some not fun things to look forward to. String. Yes, string should be... There's string. String is a ways down. It's actually... I think this is the only puzzle I have where the title is a hint as to what you're supposed to do, because I thought it was too esoteric to do without giving a hint. But we will see, I suppose. We do. I think nowadays, now that Renbon are more common, I think people would know what to do if I did not give that hint. But do that. The anniversary puzzle. Yeah, we've got lots of ones to look forward to. Alrighty, but yeah, so anyway, MicroStudy and Memerister are hosting a speed setting competition in just under an hour, so I highly recommend that you go head over there and watch that. Those are always a lot of fun. Can you say who the contestants are, MicroStudy, or is that a secret? Or is MicroStudy going to get surprised and it's going to turn out that actually he is a contestant, even though Memerister didn't tell him that? Oh, Karen had a question and I missed it. Sorry. Do I always make a 3 in the corner? Give absolutely no thought. I'm trying to think if I can honestly say. I think I can honestly say at no point uh, have I ever deliberately made a choice when setting as to whether there was a 3 in a corner or not. The speed setting is on Memerister's channel, which Tristan can put a link to in chat, but you will be automatically redirected. I can say that for the Cracking the Cryptic book, the puzzle I set, I very deliberately made it a snake puzzle that involved snakes crossing each other because I suspected that Simon would solve it and be able to make lots of inappropriate snake jokes. So we'll see whether or not that actually happens when we get the Simon video of it. But that was one that I very carefully chose something that I thought was likely to get entertainment out of Simon when setting, because it was for the CTC book specifically. But I even called the puzzle Flagrante as a subtle / not subtle reference to the snakes touching each other. So we'll see. The fact that Simon did not pronounce it Flagrante when he said the name of the puzzle suggests to me that perhaps he did not understand the reference, but we'll see. I look forward to do it. Lakia, I have 4 puzzles in the book, I believe. So 1 was set just for the book, and the other 3 were ones that had previously appeared. So I don't think it is a secret. Oh, Screaming Ice Cube, if you're on the Discord, ping Tristan, and Tristan will get you into the voting stuff if you're a windmill. So then you can get into the voting. But I don't think it's a secret to say that in addition to the puzzle I set for the book, the other 3 puzzles in the book are Keep Talking and No One Explodes, 2 Truths and a Lie, and Vignettes. And the puzzles in the book are arranged by how long the video of the solve of them is, and so all of my puzzles are at the end. Which is funny because it's like, I don't think I have longer than average videos overall, but the ones that were chosen for the book definitely skew towards the longer end, including Keep Talking and No One Explodes was the first Cracking the Cryptic video over 2 hours, which is not really a record I was trying to break. Now, of course, they're over 2 hours all the time, but I think I've only had 3 that were over 2 hours, which, for 31 or so is not so bad. We shall see. But oh yes, there is this 10K puzzle pack, which I should look at some point. If MicroStudy would like to recommend to me what MicroStudy believes are the best puzzles out of the 10K pack, I might do some of them. Because the Discord puzzle archive is cool. If only it had a better navigation system. Because it's a little difficult to find stuff in it. But it is a fantastic place to post puzzles if you are sort of new to setting. Is that how it's spelled, abomination, with a 10,000 for the IO? I love that title, if that is actually the title. Yes, for Karen. Karen is considering volunteering to organize a Sudoku convention in person to actually meet people. Karen has posted a survey about this in the zetamath Discord, as well as the Cracking the Cryptic Discord. If you are at all interested in traveling to meet a bunch of Sudoku people, please fill out this survey, because I would very much like for someone to do this, and I would very much like for it not to be me. And so Karen has volunteered to fall on this sword, so to speak. So anyway, please fill out the survey. If you have not yet done so and are interested, that would be great and very much appreciated. Meet up at the Iowa State Fair. Yeah. Meet up at Nordic Fest. It'll be Nordic Fest. That way, it's just a block from my house. Uh, it will be fabulous. Uh, yes. This one will be in Boston. I believe is the plan. Which probably, all things considered, makes more sense than 3 hours from an international airport where I live. Alrighty. Uh, I think that's all I have for today. You got more today than the average. Uh, uh, than the average stream. So hopefully you enjoyed that. And so yeah, the U.S. is quite. It takes a lot to travel across it, and especially the states get bigger the further west you go, and so the more depressingly long it takes. Yeah, I feel like Boston is a very reasonable place to have such a convention. I know there's other conventions in Boston, and we have many people who will theoretically be coming in from other countries, fingers crossed. And so having a big international airport is a very helpful thing to arrange for these sorts of things. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Alrighty. Thank you to everyone who supports the stream, be it by helping me find ridiculous deductions in Mr.Menace chaos construction puzzles, or by liking the stream, which is also greatly appreciated. If you could like the stream if you haven't, that would be great. If you're new and you want to subscribe, I know I saw a lot of new faces around today, so if you would like to subscribe, that would be greatly appreciated. If you're interested in supporting the stream financially, you can do that for as little as $5 a month by clicking the join button down below. We will, after this, throw you over to the Memerister setting stream, which is starting shortly. Anyway, ask Mr.Menace the intended path. Yeah, I'll be very curious what the intended solve is like. I'm sure I will see some hints of it later. Maybe Mr.Menace will post it in the Discord. A lot of times when I horribly butcher a setter's puzzle, they'll post a, like, this is what I actually wanted you to do in the Discord, which is always neat to see. I always enjoy those. Anyway, I tried to give as many sort of cool perks as possible at the various different levels for supporters. So like at the second level, you get to see and vote on puzzles. So if you're ever here at the beginning of stream, you see I always start with the puzzle that they voted on. So the people wanted to see the chaos construction that we did today. So hopefully the people who wanted to see the chaos construction that we did today got exactly what they wanted. Maybe, possibly. We shall see. But also, I like to close out by thanking the people who donate at the top level. So those are David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nico. And on the waiting screens, goodbye screens, hello screens, or whatever, you can see the name of everyone who supports the stream in whatever way they do. Thank you very much for all of you who do that. But that's all for now. I think Tristan wants me to just end the stream so that you're transferred right away rather than putting up the screen in the meantime. There goes Nico with the Zach emotes popping off. Excellent, excellent. Love the Zach emotes. All right, so I am going to cut the stream now, so you'll pop over there. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.